What's happening, everyone? It looks like I am live. Let me know if you are here. Let me know if you can see and hear me decently, and we will begin the live stream for August 2023. I'm going to get the chat popped out right here. I'm going to go to my feed. Oh, I have Photoshop open. Let's close Photoshop. I don't need that. All right, and here we go. Levels look decent. Oops. Playing some chords, getting the fingers working. Tim Cook, what's happening? Tim Cook, sounds good. That's good. B. Quinn, loud and clear. Very nice. I think that's Barry Quinn. I think I just saw your name pop up on the Patreon. So, hello, Barry. If that's your name. If it's not, let me know. What I will be doing today, I believe, is answering some questions that some patrons had. I actually had two people send me some tunes that they kind of wanted to talk about, just very general, kind of like guitar solo type stuff. So I'll do that. It might be kind of fun just to see what those sounds are. One of them is pretty straightforward. Actually, both of them are pretty straightforward, I think. But it'd be cool to kind of see what they're doing. So, David, what's happening? Maine. I've never been to Maine. I've heard it's nice. Joseph, what's happening as well? Nice to see you here. I haven't practiced that much this week because I was in Nashville. I'm in Florida right now, that's where I live, and I was in Nashville from Tuesday to Friday to visit a good friend of mine who plays, he does the whole Nashville thing. So I went to a bunch of his gigs, which was fun. The main reason why I went down there really was to get work on this guitar, work done on this guitar. And if you've been following me at all for the past whatever X amount of years or even X amount of months, you probably know that my frets were absolutely in a disastrous state. They were very old, very worn in, and you can now see I've got brand new, very shiny, undented frets on this guitar, which I'm super excited about, and that's kind of why I went up there to get that done. I went to the factory where they built this guitar. So this guitar is a Bluesman Vintage. I've had this guitar for probably 6 years, something like that. And I've met the owner many times, so he was familiar with the guitar, and we did a whole new refret, and it was very cool. Super cool guy. If you're ever around the Nashville area, it's not in Nashville. I think it's in Spring Hill, I think is what it's called. That's the area. Maybe like 30 minutes south of Nashville. That's where this factory is. It's awesome. It's just a couple guys like making guitars. They've got some really nice guitars in their shop right now. Really interesting wood choices. I talked to the owner, and he basically said during COVID, when they were, just like everyone was struggling, he just said, we took the opportunity to learn how to do everything in-house. So they make everything in-house. They make their necks, they make their bodies, they obviously piece it all together in the shop. They wire their own pickups. They do everything. The only thing they don't do is they don't make the metal pieces, so like the tuning pegs and stuff. But I saw their whole process, and they're using some really interesting woods. There was one neck wood that they have that was like, I don't remember what the name was, but it was like a dark walnut. It was really cool, and it felt really good. And that's I was close to buying that guitar, but it was too similar to this one, so I didn't. But yeah, there's some really cool stuff there if you ever get the chance to check out their factory. They're super cool guys too, super cool. So yeah, that's what I did. I also bought some new strings that I will be testing out, a brand called String Joy, and I had some people in the Discord talking about them. And when I was in the Nashville airport, of all places, I walked by a store that a friend of mine told me to go into, and they happen to have these strings there, and I guess the string company is based out of Nashville. So I bought a couple, and apparently they're really good, so I'll see what those are like. And also, I have transitioned to 11s, so I'm now playing 11s on this guitar. They put 11s on, they said they put them on as a way to kind of work in the frets, because the 11s are going to put it slightly higher tension on the neck. So they said it's good for the frets. Who knows if that's actually going to help, but we'll see. But I actually was kind of excited about that because I was thinking about using 11s for a long time, and they just happened to put them on. So I'm like, oh, perfect. So these are now 11s. These are Diodario, I think, right now. But I bought some of those String Joy 11s. I'll try those. But that's what I'm currently messing with. Just trying to warm my hands back up from not really playing that much over the past week. And just working in the frets, kind of, seeing what they feel like. And they feel way better, way better. One thing I really noticed was I don't really feel the fretboard that much. That was one thing that was really annoying me about older frets. Because not only were they worn down, but I had them dressed as well, or filed down. And because they were filed down, they were just lower. And when I would put my finger on the string, I could actually feel like a good amount of the fretboard under my finger. And I really didn't like that. It was like when I was moving around, it was causing too much friction. So that's the nice thing that I'm really noticing about new frets is just, I don't really feel the fretboard that much, and they just feel a little smoother to navigate. So new frets for the win, as they say. Simone, what's happening? Chris, what is happening? Actually, you probably go by Chris. I don't know if you go by Christopher or CJ. You have to tell me. I don't like it when people call me Chris. I go by Christian. That is my name, so. Yeah, 11s feel a little, the tension's a little bit higher, a little harder to bend, but I like them so far. CJ is your online alias. I definitely get that. I have an online alias as well. My tone, if you're wondering right now, is this like little practice amp, which you can't, it's this amp, this brown thing right here. That is a PV Blazer, probably a $70 amp, but it sounds pretty good. And I have a Wampler Ego compressor, which is the little guy, the mini compressor, which sounds great. And then I have a J Rocket Archer on as well, which is essentially their Klon, sort of like that, which is nice. I think it works well for this tone and for this room, because it basically cuts, as far as my ear can tell, it cuts high end, cuts low, and it boosts mid, which makes it better for the mic to pick up the tone. So. Tim, you recently tried String Joy. They felt strange at first, but you got them on your #1 guitar, and they've lasted at least twice as long as Diodario. You're going to compare them to NYXLs. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to try them. And I don't really know anything about them other than people like the way they feel, or they've talked good things about it. I bought the balanced set. I don't think I've ever tried balanced strings. And so if you're not familiar with balanced, I don't really know, but as far as I've heard, balanced strings, I don't know how they do it, but every string is supposed to feel relatively the same tension-wise, as opposed to normal strings, which certain strings just feel tighter than other strings for whatever reason, because the size is different. But balanced strings, they're supposed to all sort of have the same, bend to them or the same tension to them. So I've never played them, so we'll see what that's like. Yeah, I have used for the longest time NYXLs. So the one you're talking about, that's like the D'Addario kind of premier brand that are anti-braking and all that stuff, and I like them for sure. Although I have broke them a few times. So the anti-brake, I don't know if that's 100% always true, but I like the strings. And then before that, I used Elixir electrics. So that's the coated ones. I used that for years and years and years, and I stopped using them. I don't know. I think they feel like they're a higher tension, like just because they're coated. That's what I felt whenever I played them versus another type of string. So I don't know. I think that every string is fine, to be honest. It's you know, it's whatever feels good. Most of the time they feel pretty good, as long as they don't break. So yeah, I think everything is pretty fun. Chris, where did LoG come from? It's a play on my last name, because my first name is Christian, it's my actual name, and my last name is Logalio, so it's spelled Logaglio. So LOG is the first 3 letters of my last name. And my friends, like, growing up, especially my drummer, would always just call me LoG. That was, like, my fun name. So I'm like, I might as well use it, just have some fun. So. Also using a brand new fresh pick. I use these. If I've never talked about this before, I'm not sure, but I like these Jazz 3, the Tortex, the white Tortex ones. These guys right here, 1.5 millimeter, which I don't know if I'm a huge fan of. I like them. I definitely like the sound, but there's some things that I think these are too thick. I kind of want to get a bunch of 1 millimeters or something like that, just to have for various things. These kind of suck for strumming because they're just too thick. So I usually transition to just using my hand, but I like these picks. And then I have my little grippies on them. If you can kind of see, it's hard to see, but I have these things on them. These monster grips, which I'm a big fan of. I've probably talked about these before, but these things right here, I put them on them because I like the sound, but the material is really, really slippery. So they just keeps them from falling out of my hand. But yeah, so this I would consider this an older pick. If you can see the tip on the top is like a little rounded because I've used it a lot. This one I would consider to be a new pick because it's a little pointier, and I kind of like the new tone, especially with new strings. Jonas, what's happening? Yes, new frets are looking good. And also, if you guys have never been to Nashville, I highly recommend you check it out just to kind of see the scene, because it's vast. It really is a fascinating place for sure, especially the touristy area, which is really one like small strip of road. You have a road. It's like the main road's called Broadway, and on the road is just lined with bar after bar after bar after bar after bar. And there's like a restaurant or two thrown in there. There's like a candy store thrown in there, but it's just bar. And every bar, not only does every bar have a band playing in the bar from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m., right? They have a 10 to 2 set, 2 to 6, 6 to 10, 10 to 1. And they have all different bands coming in. There's literally bands playing from basically open to close in all of the bars. And not only is there a band playing in every bar has multiple floors. So as a first floor, second floor, third floor, and there's bands on each floor. So if you go there, especially at night, 10 p.m., something like that, every bar is going to have 3 bands playing simultaneously. So there's probably like 20 bands playing at the same time in this tiny strip of land that just has tons of live music going on. And it's most people are kind of playing the same stuff, but it's interesting just to see kind of what people are using, the type of gear that people use, the type of things that they play. Most people are basically playing the same thing as far as like guitar style. It's a lot of like rock guitar with some country typical kind of country licks. Basically every guitar was a Strat style of some sort, not necessarily Fender, even though there were a lot of Fenders, but a Strat style, a Tele style. And I don't really think I saw much of anything else. I mean, maybe a Les Paul. I don't think I saw any Les Pauls. I didn't see really anything else besides that, other than just this type of guitar, a Tele, either a Fender or some other brand, custom brand or something. And that's basically it. And then you have different types of gear that they were using. And I was talking about this in the Discord, how it seems to be basically everyone there, not everyone, but a good amount of people there were using digital amps. Kempers were very popular. The Kemper floorboard I saw multiple times. I saw an Axe-Fx floorboard. I saw a Neural, the Quad Cortex. I think I saw that one. A couple people just ran like straight into a Fender blues amp of some sort. There was one guy who was just a straight up blues player where he had like a normal pedal board into an amp. That was pretty normal, but a lot of the guys were using digital, a lot of them. That seems to be the case, and I think it's just for those bars, it seems to be the priorities being able to control volume, because the volume of all those bars was actually pretty manageable. Nothing was crazy loud. All of the drum sets I saw all had some sort of isolation, whether it was just like these panels in front of the cymbals. There's one venue called Valentine's, I think, something like that, where the drums were in a like separate room behind the stage. So imagine the stage, and then there's just like this separate, like it looks like plexiglass room, not even plexiglass panels. It's a separate room built into the stage where the drums were, and that's just to rein in the volume of the drums. So it's actually pretty manageable, and that's what they're going for down there, because it's just, you don't want things to be crazy loud, and if you're running like a tube amp, there's only so many things you can do to curtail the volume. So when guys did have a tube amp, they had isolation around it. The amp was like in the back of the stage with stuff in front of it, and they would mic it like that. So the digital stuff seems to be the way to go. And it's just, I mean, taking that stuff around to the venues, because everyone who plays there, you have to park sort of off-site, and you have to walk to the venue. And you're walking through crowds of people. So the guys that do it right, they have their guitar, they've got like pedals on a separate bag, or they have their floorboard separately, and they just walk right in nice and clean. So that's the way that people are really trying to do it there. But it's a really fascinating place. If you've never been there, it's just like, it's absolutely like a factory of music, and everyone is good. There were certain people that were better than others for sure. But it's a cool place if you check it out. I mean, it's like pretty hardcore country, so you kind of have to be, pumped on country to really enjoy it. But just for playing and like hearing solid bands, it's cool. It's definitely a place to go for sure. And there's a lot more than just the tourist strip of road. There's a bunch of different venues, all sorts of different styles. There's some big acts that play down there, like on a regular basis. There's one dude, I don't know if he still plays there or plays at this specific venue, but Reggie Wooten, I think, has a regular gig in Nashville. Reggie Wooten, if you're not familiar with him, he's Victor Wooten's brother, guitar playing brother. If you've ever heard of, I'm sure everyone has heard Tosin Abasi, he does this like thumb thing. That guy is kind of where he got it from, Reggie Wooten. Great guitar player. Now he has like a regular gig in Nashville, I'm pretty sure. So there's a lot of great players down there that are just like living in the area. So it's a cool place to go if you've never been there, just for guitar's sake. Bunch of like vintage guitar stores, stuff like that. It's definitely a Strat, Tele, like maybe Les Paul, and that's really it. Maybe PRS. Like you go to the guitar stores, you're going to see a bunch of stuff, but it's really these. Like that's what they like. Like I don't know how many people are playing Strandbergs or anything like that down there. Like it's very, they have a standard and they really stick to that standard and they do not shift. So yeah, it's interesting. Ken, what's happening? What does my pedal board look like? I have two different ones. One for that's kind of set up in this. I don't know if you can see it. Oh yeah, you can. So you see this box right here. This is my like pedal automation setup where all my pedals are in there, and I have them all MIDI controlled and switching automatically with the Gallia Social, my group, with that live set. So that's where most of my pedals are. But then I have a separate board just for kind of like standard, you know, gigging out. And my pedal board is, I will tell you right now, I'm going into a Polytune, TC Electronic Polytune, the little one, which is fine. Then an Ego Wampler compressor, again, a little one. I have the big one too, and they're both good. Then it goes into a J-Rocket Archer, which I have both of those on right now. And that's the Klon, the J-Rocket Klon. J-Rocket pedals are awesome, by the way. In the box, I have what's called the Dude, which is their Dumble amp, like amp in a box sort of thing. It sounds really good. It's like really great drive pedal. And then back to this board, I go into a Tube Screamer TS-808, pretty normal. Then I have a Wampler Sovereign, which is a kind of like their bona fide distortion pedal. It's okay. I use it just for like obnoxious distortion for gigging. I'm not a huge fan of the pedal, but it works for what it is. And then I have a Keeley Caverns, which is a great pedal for the money. It's just delay reverb in one pedal. You know, you got to switch for delay, you got to switch for reverb. It's perfect, sounds great. The only problem that might be an issue for some people is that it's not stereo, it's just mono. So a lot of people, when they run delay reverb, they like to run stereo. It doesn't really bother me. I'm not really doing that situation. I'm not like bi-amping or anything, so I'm just using it for, you know, a little bit of reverb delay. I've got that. That's basically it. So, yep. Barry, what's my favorite overdrive pedal? Well, I don't know. Favorite overdrive. So I honestly haven't really tried that many of them. I've sat down with a good amount. I definitely like, it's not really an overdrive, I guess, but I've learned to really enjoy the Klon type pedals. At first, I didn't, because I didn't really know what they were supposed to do, but now that I know what they're supposed to do, I actually really enjoy them. So in this rig, I have the J-Rocket Archer, which is their Klon. In my box over there, I have the Wampler Tumnus, the little one, which is their Klon. And I basically have, in that board, I have it on all the time. So it just like gives me a focused, like mid-rangey tone. And then in that box, I have what I would probably consider to be, I don't know if it's my favorite, but I tend to use it a lot. And I really like the tone, is the Exotic BB preamp. It's that like orange pedal that says BB on it. Blues Breaker, I think is what it stands for. I like that one a lot. I guess that's considered an overdrive. Yeah, I've tried a bunch, and they're all pretty good. Every single one of them can kind of like, you know, do what you need them to do. It's just tweaking them. I think there's so many other factors that go into good, like, overdriven tone. The guitar, the amp, the other pedals that you have. I mean, there's so many different combinations, but I like that one. I also really like, for overdrive, this is getting into a little bit more distortion, the J-Rocket The Dude. I really like that pedal. You can use it as an overdrive or full-blown distortion. That's a great sounding pedal. It's like a black pedal, about that big, and that's kind of the Dumble circuitry that's going on in there, I'm pretty sure. I've tried, the Strymon Sunset Overdrive, I think is really good. I had it for a second, because I was selling it for a student, and I tried it out. It sounded really good. It's just a little pricey, as all Strymon products are, but that was a really good sounding overdrive for sure. I really like that one. I've tried a Chase Bliss Brothers, if you've ever heard of that. It's a wild looking pedal. It's a normal size pedal, and there's like a billion switches on it, knobs and all this stuff. That one was pretty good. I don't think that one was worth the money, because it's like $500. I like it, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. Trying to think of other overdrives. Wampler, I think it's called the Pinnacle, was pretty good. Again, all of them are decent. You just have to see if they work with the rest of your rig and with the guitar that you're playing. I have an Andy Timmons Signature JHS overdrive, and that's the same thing. It's a great sounding pedal, but for some reason it doesn't really sound good with this guitar. Like, it's too, there's like a woofiness, I don't know. It's not like punchy or crispy like I want it to be with this guitar for some reason. So I can't really find a place to use that pedal, but it is good sounding whenever I use it. It sounds great. Or maybe it just doesn't work for the tone that I have right now. Another shout out, it's not really an overdrive, but it can be used like an overdrive, is the Horizon Nano Attack is a really cool pedal. Like that's the, it's a little blue guy about this big. I have it in that rig. And what they're used for is to beef up the attack of like rock or metal. It sounds like really crunchy, but man, that sounds really good for funk style playing. If you dial it in, it makes your chords just pop super hard. So that's a really interesting pedal. I'm not really sure if any other pedal out there is doing what that one does, because it's specifically made to enhance your attack in various ways. Kind of like a Tube Screamer does it, but it does it in a really interesting way. So if you can get your hands on one of those, they're really cool. They're kind of annoying because in order to change the volume or the output of that pedal, you have to open up the back and like, you know, use a screwdriver to get into this little like dip switch or this little dial in the back. It's not like a dial on top, but it's once you dial in the volume, it works. It's a cool pedal. That's one I would definitely check it out. Ken, my favorite guitar. How are the Wolfgangs? PV or Fender Wolfgangs? I might grab that guitar. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, I've got two of them over there. They're both PVs. So I really like those guitars. I really do. They don't really work with my current play style or my current tone, because those guitars are very dark, and my tone is just it wouldn't be good. I would need to go through and like recalibrate everything for those guitars to sound right. But I really like them. I mean, the black one that you see right here, I've had that guitar for 20 years, probably like around there. The orange one I've had for maybe 15 years. So I really like them. I need to give them a little bit more time and care, but I really do like those guitars, and they're both the PVs. Yeah, they're great. I've never played the Fenders, but I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they sound good. Jodish, you don't recall me mentioning what's my favorite amp. So I honestly haven't really played that many amps either. I'm for my play style, I like a good, just like clean template. So kind of anything works. I have this Fender DeVille that's right here. That's what I play for the most part. Is it the best amp? I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It sounds good. I have it dialed in. I have right here, oops, I don't know if you can see, right here a Fender, I don't actually know what it's called, Deluxe Reverb? I don't know, something. I acquired this. I had someone give that to me, which is very nice of them. And it sounds good. As far as amps that I've played where I've been like, whoa, this is really nice. A Vox AC30, I played it, and it's very different than these. Really bright, but took a second for me to dial it in. I actually played a gig where that's what they had on the back line. And I had my pedals set up for the DeVille. And then when I played that, it was like, oh my God, it's so bright. But once I dialed it in, I really liked how it felt. So that might be something I'll think about in the future. I used to have, and I sold it, I was selling it for a student of mine, a Rivera Sedano. I don't remember if that's what it was called. A little, small single 12 tube amp that they're not cheap. I think brand new, they're like $2,000 or something like that. That thing sounded really good for if you're going for a more darker, like kind of jazz tone. Such a great sounding amp. I play through that all the time. Really great sounding amp. I like that one a lot. I've played a Mesa Boogie Lone Star, which was killer. I kind of wish I bought it. Just long story short, I had a student that was a great guy. He unfortunately passed away a couple years ago, and he had a ton of gear. And so over the past few years, I've helped his wife sell some of the gear. And one of the pieces was a Mesa Boogie Lone Star. And I kind of wish I bought it, because that thing was really nice. Like, it sounded really good. Just natural distortion sounded great. So I'm a big fan of that. What else have I played? I've played I don't remember the model, but it was a Rev, R-E-V-V. That sounded really good for like metal rock distortion. Probably the best just plain distorted tube amp I've ever heard, just right in front of me, just like dialed in perfectly. I played one of those, and that was really good. I'm trying to think of other things. There's another company that makes, I think, like mostly clean stuff, or, you know, maybe whatever, called Divided by 13. Pretty expensive, but those sounded really good for like a clean template. I don't know if it was that much better than a Fender, but that sounded really good. Yeah, that's basically it. I haven't really played too many things because the problem with testing out amps is like, I hate testing out amps in a store because you have to hear them in your environment. So like I'd have to hear them maybe in this room or in my rehearsal space with my pedals. So if I actually am looking for an amp, I bring my whole pedal board. Like I bring the guitar, my whole pedal board, and run everything into the amp and try to do it in like an isolated environment. Like if they've got a room, like a Guitar Center has a room that I can play in, that's how I'll do it. Because there's so many variables that go into a good sounding amp. So yeah. Let's see. That's probably what I'd say. As far as digital stuff, I think they all sound pretty good. They just all need to be dialed in. I've heard good sounding Kempers. I've heard bad sounding Kempers. I've heard good XFX, bad XFX. I've heard good neural, bad neural, all that stuff. Daniel, hello. What's happening? Barry, cool. You like transparent overdrive? Yeah. So I definitely like stacking drives. That's one thing I have learned. Like my normal tone for my Galley Social stuff, my original stuff that's in this box, is actually a Klon. I don't remember the order, actually, now that I think about it. It's the BB preamp into the Klon, both with the drives, the gain, really low, and I have them on all the time. That's actually like my bass tone. So it's it's like a drive into a Klon, drive down, on all the time. It took me a while to discover that, but I really like that tone. So. Hypothermic, what's happening? Just recently got a Roland Jazz 40. Sounds great. The Roland Jazz, what's it called? JC 120? JC something? I've played one of those and they're really nice too for that particular type of tone. We had one back in the day at this guitar store that I used to work at that did sound really good. There's another amp out there that I gave to a student because I wasn't really using it. But it's a PV knockoff of a Roland JC 120. I think it's 120, right? I keep saying, let me see. I'm pretty sure it's JC 120. JC 120. Yeah, the Roland Jazz Course. Yeah. PV had this brand called what was it called? Like a Chorus. I don't remember what it was called. Man, I wish I could remember, but it was their knockoff. It was clearly they were going for a jazz course, which is like the way that it looked and the way it was called, or the labeling that they had on it. I wish I remember what it was called, but it was so cheap. It was like, I think under $200, and it was like a 212, I think, like a pretty decent volume amp. Sounded great, to be honest. It was like a really good sounding amp, and I had it for a while, but some of the controls like crapped out really quickly. So I ended up giving it to a student that didn't care about the crapped out controls. But that amp was surprisingly good sounding, and it was their knockoff of a JC 120. So yeah, for like solid state, that's the amp for sure. Honestly, like there are some brands that do the solid state pretty well. Like honestly, a lot of the PV solid state stuff, I don't know if it's like, you know, good enough to record with or maybe gig with, but you can get it to sound pretty good. You know, some companies with their solid state just sounds terrible, but a lot of times it can sound all right, especially just for practicing or simple stuff. Like that's what I'm playing right now. This amp I'm playing through is probably a $70 solid state little practice amp. I like how it sounds. I think it sounds nice, so. The only problem I have is this room, because I recently moved into a new apartment, and the electricity in this room is terrible. Like I need to get a ground lift or something like that, because I'm sure you can probably hear that. Yeah, that shouldn't, but it goes away right there. If I face this way, it goes away. If I face this way or that way, yeah, it's very annoying. That wasn't happening in my last place, so I got to get like a ground lift or something. But Tim, you're very happy with your Fender GTX 100. I don't know what that is. Let's look it up. Fender GTX, GTX 100. Right, the Mustangs. Yeah, again, those things, all of that stuff can be dialed in. It just, depending on the type of amp, depending on what you're going for, it can take some time. There are some digital amps that maybe just out of the gate, they sound better, but you can get everything to sound good if you put some time into it. So, Jodish, the Lone Star is definitely awesome. You remember also seeing a PRS Archon and the... Oh, man, I completely forgot about that. You remember seeing a PRS Archon and an angle cab in my fretboard method videos. Yeah, that's the early stuff, pre-COVID, when I had a studio where I made all those videos with my cell phone, by the way. I've been thinking about redoing the early Patreon stuff just with better quality, but that's for a later day. Yeah, so I had the PRS Archon is actually owned, or was at the time owned, by a patron. His name is Ryan, who is a student of mine, great dude, very knowledgeable on gear. I don't know if he's going to pop in here at all, but really knowledgeable. Also has a nice collection of guitars. And yeah, he just basically kind of left it in there for me to mess around with. Archon was nice. Oh, that reminds me, he also left a PRS MT15, I can't remember. That's the Mark Tremonti little guy, like those little like lunchbox style amp. That thing, for the money, if you're going for just rock distortion, I don't think it gets better than that amp, because they're cheap. It's small, even though the wattage is low. Things sounded so good, so good. If you're going for just like a straight up rock tone, I don't really know. I can't really speak on its like maybe lighter bluesy overdriven tone or clean tone, but for distortion, things sounded killer. I personally liked it more than the Archon, personally. And they're cheap. They're under $1,000, I think, for those things. I was very surprised how good that thing sounded. So that's the Mark Tremonti signature, the little amp. And then the angle cabinet, yeah. So back in the day, my first tube amp, because for whatever reason I was pumped about it, was a Angle Powerball 2, I think. Yeah, it was a Powerball 2 or just a Powerball. Pretty sure it was a Powerball 2. That amp was good. I don't think that I bought that when I was pretty young. I don't think I knew enough about tube amp tone and dialing amps back in the day to give that amp what it deserved. But again, for like rock, rock distortion, or more like metal, the Angle's more of a metal amp. The thing did sound pretty good. I wasn't getting the best results out of it with what I was doing with it. I think nowadays, if I had that amp, I would be able to make it sound better. But back in the day, the way I was running an Angle, and I was running a Digitech GNX4 for basic effects into it. I wasn't knowledgeable enough to really make that amp sound like it should have sounded. I liked it though. It's great amp for sure, for that kind of tone, really great. I ended up selling it to a student who played a Les Paul, and we just put it through. I sold that amp, and then he had a different cabinet. Man, his tone with that Les Paul through that, he also had a Jackson as well, through that Angle sounded so good. So, for him, I was like, oh, this is perfect. Like how you're playing with your tone, yes, this amp is perfect for you. But I kind of wish I had it just to see how I would tweak it now that I know a lot more about tone and tube amps and whatnot. But that was a really good amp for sure. I've heard there's another guy who plays in the area who plays with like a pretty, I think they're like a fairly well-known, I think Egyptian death metal band. I think the guy is Egyptian, like the frontman. And I know the guy who plays in that group, and one day he used my rehearsal studio back when I had it, and he had an Angle Savage, and for what he was doing, thing was absolutely killer. That was like straight up more like death metal. I mean, it was just like a lot of stuff like that, and the guy is a great player too. And he was playing that stuff perfectly. That amp was absolutely killer, and that was an Angle Savage. So yeah, those amps are definitely good for that style, I think. Yeah, so agreed, Jodish, agreed. Every clip you've heard of the MT-15 sounds really good. It does sound really good. I was very surprised. Very surprised. Really, really loud, too, considering the wattage. You know, it's a 15-watt amp, but it's 15-watt tube, and that just shows you the power of tube. You don't really need that much volume, or that much wattage to get good volume out of it. Great sounding amp, for sure. And then the cabinet I have was also a really good cabinet. It was an oversized angle with... what's the V40 Celestion V, whatever, the big speaker that everyone goes for. It had those in it. So vintage 30s, I think that's what it is. Yeah. So Ramananda, how are you? Yeah, Jodish, the Powerball, nice. For some reason, you can't picture me playing high gain amps. So no one is. I don't think it's on the internet, but there was an old iteration of Gallia Social that was more like a metal band, way back in the day. I don't think these songs are on the internet right now, but yeah, it was a lot of like distortion, or like heavy distortion, that kind of metal tone. And the first album, yeah, it was the Powerball mic'd in my closet back when I was like, I don't know, young, like 22 or something like that. Yeah, it was fun tunes. Way too notey, I think. But it was fun. It was good. It was like my first kind of recording adventure. So yeah, definitely great sounding amp for sure. Again, I wish I had it right now and had the space to really play it, like a nice big cabinet, blast it loud, because I'm sure it would sound really killer. But yeah, different times, that's for sure. I went from a Powerball, like a 120 watt or 100 watt amp, and a massive cabinet to now I'm playing a $75 practice PV solid state. But yeah. You know, the tension of 11s is not really that different from 10s. I was imagining it was going to be. But it's not too bad. Jodish, you need those demos out in the wild. No, you don't. If you want, I'll send them to you, but they don't need to be out in the wild. So it's like a comically comical sounding band, I guess. Because it's like very notey, overly notey, with like 3-part harmonies. Yeah, it's yeah. It was me on guitar, Colby, drummer of Gallia Social, on drums, and then a friend of mine, his name's Ben King, playing on bass, who is actually the friend that I just saw in Nashville. So that's where I knew him from like all these old bands we used to play, and we still keep in contact. He's doing the Nashville thing, playing bass. So yeah, that's who I went to visit. Ken, do I use any digital modelers or plugins? Yes. If you can see it in the corner, turn this a little bit. That is an Axe right here. You can also see dryer sheets on my air conditioning for some reason. That's an Axe Axe 2, which I've had for probably 10 years or so, which I like. And then that's like for my main tone. And then I use Neural DSP, the Tim Henson plugin, for effects. So reverb, delay, and the chorus that they have is super dialed in. So it sounds really good. That's pretty much what I use. So Axe effects for basic clean tone, and then the Neural DSP for effects. So I am not really a big fan of any of the digital stuff. All of it can be dialed in to sound good, but none of them, in my opinion, sound really good right off the bat, for me personally. I feel like the kind of mild light distortion or light overdrive is a hard tone to achieve, I feel. For the longest time, what I did with the Axe effects is I had a tone, and I literally just had my 2 overdrive pedals going into the front of the Axe effects, and that was a tone that was effective. But then I'm like, this is stupid. I need to be able to achieve this tone with just the Axe effects. That's why it's there. So it took a long time to get it, but I'm sort of there. I have tone that I'm like decently satisfied with. So yeah, I will definitely send them to you, Jodish. Oh yeah, I think this is a riff, a part that will be maybe on the next Galley album. It's like a group of 9, kind of cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, like that. Pretty fun. Yeah, it's nice. I think it'll be a nice like droning melody happening in the background, which I'm a big fan of. Daniel, you hope I'm well. Do I have any advice for beginners to write music using guitar? Just like do it, I guess. The best thing you can do. Well, I mean, all right. Let's talk about this because there actually is some stuff you can do. First thing that you want to do: learn music by ear. That's the most important thing you can do for your creativity. Don't use tabs. Use your ear. Obviously sometimes tabs are valuable because you're trying to figure out the fingering or whatever. But if you learn music by ear, you're not just learning the ability to hear notes and apply them to the instrument. You're learning that, but what you're really learning is you're downloading sounds that you enjoy. So if you're a writer, I'll put it this way: if you're a creative person in any field, the most important thing you can do is build your database of tools to use. So, imagine if you're like a cook, right? If you're a chef, an effective chef has a ton of strategies to achieve the thing that they are going for, right? Very highly creative chefs can pull from this massive log of strategies and tools and flavors and this and that they can combine in different ways to find their own particular style, right? It's kind of, there's some people that have this mentality of like, you don't want to listen to anything because if you listen to stuff, that music is going to influence your originality. You want to be able to just come out with music, purely by yourself. But that's like not true. That's literally never how it is done. What you need to do is listen to as much stuff as possible, gather the sounds from those various things that you're listening to, and store them in your database so you have these choices that you can use, right? Every single writer of all time does that, right? If you just try to create, as people say, in a vacuum, you don't have any reference. You don't have anything that you can actually use because you haven't downloaded any of this information. So it's always important for you to listen to as much stuff as possible, gather the things that you like from those songs or artists or styles, and you have to do it by ear because your ear needs to hear these sounds, right? You need to recognize them by ear. And then you have a big palette of things to choose from. And you can start to combine them in various ways and all that stuff. The ear is really important because that is how you're going to make choices. If I am writing something, sometimes I'll just straight up like put my hands on the fretboard and just start playing random stuff. But eventually my ear will start to say, oh, I hear what this is. Try this, try this, try this, try this, try this. And the only reason why my ear can do that is because my ear is smart. It has a lot of things that it can pull from, right? It is a knowledgeable, pool of choices that I have that I can cycle through. when I was younger, that pool of choices wasn't as large as it is now. But over time, you slowly just build to that, and you have all these various movements that you want to play, or various movements that you have. So you have to do that. And I would do it with every genre. You know, an important thing, don't just like, if you like metal, that's great, but don't only just listen to metal, because there are going to be some things that metal does really well, and there are going to be some things that metal just doesn't touch ever. Right? You want to say, well, okay, I like this genre because it does these things that I like. But then there's this genre or this artist that does these other things that I like. For example, I love Meshuggah, right? I think they're great. They do things that I really like. But then I also like the band The 1975. That's a totally different band. The 1975 is not doing anything that Meshuggah is doing. And Meshuggah is not doing anything that the 1975 is doing. Very different, but I can gather things from both of those acts that I personally like. For Meshuggah, the rhythmic stuff, obviously, that's the draw of that band. But there are some things that they do where it's like single note little ambient melodies that I really like on top of a rhythmic figure that I think is cool. And then if I listen to the 1975, again, very different. But when I listen to them, I love their tone choice. I love the way that they arrange the tunes with very minimal guitar, synth. I like how the bass sits in their mixes. So even though the style is very different, I'm gathering from that. So constantly listening to things and being very meticulous in what you're hearing and why you like it is the best thing you can do to slowly start to get all of these tools that you need to write. And then once you're there, you just start experimenting. How you experiment, I can't really tell you like, hey, do this, because everyone kind of has their own things. Some people approach it from a guitar, specifically guitar perspective. Like they play figures that they like and they'll mess around with those figures on the fretboard until it comes until it materializes. Sometimes for me, it's like a melody that I hear in my head. Sometimes it's a chord progression that I think is cool. Sometimes I will force myself to write something around a progression. So I just did a YouTube short recently. I think I haven't done YouTube shorts in a little while, but there was one that I did where I forced myself to write a melody based on a major 7 chord in 4 locations. So I think I played that, and then I played this, and then I played that, and then I played that. I'm just picking random spots. Like there's no rhyme or reason as to why I played these chords. I just thought, what type of thing can I play with this major 7? And I'm just moving up here. I'm moving it around. There's no theory behind what I'm doing. I'm just picking this chord because it sounds cool, and I'm just moving it around, right? And I just said, all right, let me come up with a vocal melody. Literally just sing a note on top of each chord. I don't remember what, I think I did like, I think I sang the 7. I'll do one right now. I'll just sing that note, sounds good. Now I'm going to modify this note to sound good over this. I'll do that. Maybe hold, or no, I was going here. So I'll do that. Or and I'm just choosing notes, cycling through stuff that sounds good. Once I have the thing that sounds good, piece it together and slowly modify over time until it becomes something that I think sounds cool. So in the early stages, what is really important, and I'll leave it on this and I'll continue, maybe I'll talk about this later. In the early stages of writing, it is so important that you constantly try to come up with stuff, but don't expect everything that you come up with to be amazing. You're going to come up with stuff that isn't good. That you're going to try something and you're going to work through it and it's not going to sound how you want. What you cannot do is get frustrated and say, I suck, I don't like doing this. You can't do that. Because if you do that, you're going to build this perception that you suck at writing, and then you're never going to do it. Because you think, I suck at this, I'm just never going to do it. Everyone sucks at it in the beginning because it's a new skill. The only way to build that skill is to do it all the time. Write something, create it, doesn't matter what it is. Just come up with something. It doesn't have to be a full song. It could be a little part. It could be 3 seconds long. Doesn't matter. But come up with it. Come up with something that works. Even if you're like, I don't really like this, just make it work. Like have a chord progression and melody. Done. Then the next day, go back to it and listen to it a little bit more fresh and say, what do I not like about this? Oh, maybe it's this note of the melody. All right, let me try to change this melody. Let me try to change this. Oh, it's actually sounding a little bit better right now. Or the chord shape that I was using, I don't really like this. Maybe I'll try, this different thing. It's all about just looking at what you have and modifying little things, working it out until you make it sound like what you want. How you modify is kind of up to you. It really is up to the person. But what you cannot do is get frustrated. Never get frustrated by saying, oh, my first run through of this thing that I wrote isn't a masterpiece, therefore I suck. No, that's not how it works. You have to come up with something that there's a kernel of something interesting, and you slowly piece it together until it sounds good. Don't be afraid to completely change things midway through the process. Sometimes that's how it's going to be. You can ask anyone who writes goes through this stuff. They'll have an idea and they think it's cool, and then they sit down and do it and they're like, it's not as cool as I thought it was. But you make tiny little changes to kind of lean it more towards what you want it to be. So that's the best stuff. I mean, the best thing you could do is all of that stuff I just said, but just do it all the time. Don't worry about to be a good writer, I need to do this. Just do stuff. Do stuff, experiment, get your own process going. And if it's not the same process as someone else, it doesn't matter. That's the thing about the whole creative element, is you need to figure out what works for you. And sometimes it takes some time to figure it out, but let it take time. Once you're there, you'll get into a flow of how your brain works, how you like to come up with stuff, the sounds that you enjoy, and then things will be a lot easier. So that's my advice. Ken, thoughts on a more academic learning approach, classical methods? In regards to what? I guess that means a lot of things. So let me know if you have more specific way specific mindset that you're thinking of. I think all learning approaches are good if they apply to what you are trying to do. I did the college classical music route, and there's a lot of value there, and there's a lot of stuff that is unnecessary. I will say that. It just depends on what you're talking about. So let me know if you can elaborate on that, and then I'll answer it. Yeah. How's that pattern go? Maybe I talk about that. Let me just talk about this passage. This is another moment that's going to happen in a Gallia tune. This is how, I don't really remember exactly how I wrote it, but this is what I was thinking about when I had this part. So first of all, I like this chord. So this is a chord, again, it's about building tools so you have them available. I didn't just pop my fingers down randomly and thought, oh, look, a nice chord. No, I know exactly what this chord is. This is a D major 7 with the 5 in the bass, right? Because I practice this stuff. I think about it, and I memorize the vibe of the sound and apply it to these shapes. So I always know, if I want a major 7 that sounds a little crunchier, I have a shape to play. So, for example, this chord is 5, 3, 7, and then 1 on top. Then I can also play the high A string for a 2. So I just like the sound of this chord. And so I started doing a picking pattern. I was doing I started by doing that. And then I thought, okay, that's a cool pattern. I like that. And as I was doing that, I noticed a little melody on top. So I heard this little melody. So I just then let my ear continue that melody. So I heard So I thought, okay, well, I know what that note is. So I thought, cool, this note is that next note of the melody, and I'm gonna do a different chord right here, right? Some other different chord. And I also noticed that this note is also the open B string. So I have the opportunity to just play that note with the open B string. I'll just play that. Just right there is pretty cool. So I wanted to change the chord right here, even though that sounds cool. And so I just played a chord that I know sounds cool with this note. That note is the third of this minor chord, right? So I'm gonna play this minor, which I like. I've used this chord before. So I'll just play those chords together. And then just doing the pattern, I heard another melody. That's ba-dum-bum. So now I've got like a melodic figure that is definitive. Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum. That was my next chord. So I just kept that melody going and just looked for cool chords that went underneath. Like these two chords are not related, by the way. Like D major 7 and A flat minor, which is what this is, are not in the same key. I don't care. It sounds cool. Sometimes I'll just like mess around with chords that I know the note I'm hearing. I know that note is in the chord. Whether the chord is in the same key as the other chord, I don't care. Sometimes that gives me the sound I want. So that's it. I started with a base little chord shape, did a little picking pattern that I thought sounded cool, and I was already hearing a melody in there. Ba-dum-bum. Next chord. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Sorry. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Then I liked the part, but then as I was putting it over the tune that I sort of already have, this rhythm didn't work. Because this is bum, that's a 4 feel. But the tune I was doing was a 6 feel. So I just changed the pattern. So instead of I did which is a 6 feel. So that's how I got a different pattern. But I still maintained the melody. Melody's still there, so sorry. Yeah, so just by, again, getting apart, slowly piecing it together, using sounds that I like, modifying if I have to, right? And then I have the part. And try to find a place where it naturally terminates and continue. So yeah, that's an example of that. Eric, you love hybrid picking, but the strings tear your nails often, even after smoothing them. Then I end up with nails too small. Can I talk about my nail care? My nail care is called acrylic nails. I don't have that problem because they're like concrete. Okay, so what you're experiencing is why I have these. Because I used real nails for when I play classical guitar, but those are nylon strings. They're not going to eat my nails. Steel strings eat my nails. And like you said, they tear. My nails, for whatever reason, maybe they're weaker, and I would have like a tiny little cut on the side that I wouldn't notice, and I would like put my hand like in my pants pocket, and it would grab the edge and they would rip my nail off. Great, now I don't have a nail. Now I can't really play in the way that I want. That's why I have these. So my nail care is acrylic nails. So there's no degradation over like a long period of time. I'll get like a little divot in there, but they're rock solid. That's why I use them. So, right. And I like the tone. I like the more like harder, like that tone. I can dig in and not have to, I can go like, let me turn this down. I can go, I don't have to worry about anything catching or breaking. Yeah, that's why I use them. Classical approaches teach better fundamentals. This is you, Ken. This is you elaborating on what you were saying before. I don't know if that's true. I think it depends on who's teaching them. Okay, so for example, classical approach. I don't think that their approach for, well, let me put it this way. When I was learning, classical music does a more like brute force style of teaching where it's like learn the notes, here they are, play them, move through them, practice them on the fretboard, all that stuff. There is a lack, especially when it comes to guitar, there is a lack of approaching the notes from how they relate to the chord like other styles of teaching. So, for example, I know many people who, I did classical guitar in college, and I've taught a lot of people who learn classical guitar, and they are knowledgeable in regards to, note locations on the fretboard and all that stuff. But they have massive gaps in their knowledge when it comes to applying the stuff on the fretboard. So for example, I once had a student who went through a good school, classical guitar, start to finish. Like he did the whole thing. And he wanted to get more into improvising, right? By the way, a hardcore classical guitar player has an extremely difficult time improvising because they don't really talk about it. It's a different thing. Again, it's more like, here are the notes, play them. Instead of, here's the note, it's the third of this chord, it sounds like this. This is how you can use it. This is how you connect. It's more like recipe style learning. Like you're basically just, here's the recipe, read it, success. Whereas other styles of learning, it's more intuitive, it's more creative, that sort of thing. And again, it depends on the teacher, it depends on the program, all that stuff. I'm making a broad generalization. But the student who I did teach that was strictly classical guitar, I remember asking him, we were talking about scales, right? I think I asked him, like, play a G major scale. And so he's like, all right, and he played this. That's what I would call center shape. I'm like, cool, play it again, play it a different way. And he's like, okay. I'm like, cool, play it a different way. And he's like, all right. Cool, play it a different way. And he said, that's it, that's all I know. And to me, I'm like, wow, because that's 3 ways of a near infinite amount of ways to play. So to me, what he learned wasn't necessarily the fretboard and the note layout. He learned this is what a scale looks like. This is what a scale looks like. This is what, as opposed to here are the notes and here are all the different ways that you can find them. That, which is what I focus on, because that's the best way to learn the fretboard. It's not shapes. Obviously shapes are important because guitar is a shape and position-based or fingering-based instrument for sure. But the shapes are a result of actually learning the fretboard, and that is where all of the notes are located in relation to each other, right? That's why I do like the left, right, center stuff, because that if I play like G major, the notes are located here, but also here, or a combination of all of that, like that, or right? These are all different ways to combine them. It's not about memorizing a shape. It's about memorizing all of the potential locations for these notes. And a lot of, especially classical guitar, they don't really do that. They want you to memorize where the notes are, and they want you to be able to read, and they'll give you basic theory knowledge, but they don't really, even the theory stuff, there's some stuff that they leave out. Like they'll teach you what harmonic minor is, but I don't really remember ever learning why harmonic minor exists, right? So that's kind of important to know why it exists. Or melodic minor. They just say, yeah, play it like this. But it's like, well, why does it exist? It's never really discussed, at least in my history of going through school. So there are some fundamentals that are good, but there's a lot of like core reasoning as to why music sounds good and works that you do not really go through in classical music. In that way. It depends on the person though. I'm making a very broad generalization. Depends on the person. Everything is good I'll say this, I'll summarize like this. The method doesn't matter. Whatever method you go through, whether it's the way I do it, the way other people do it, doesn't matter as long as you are learning the notes on the fretboard and you are learning and memorizing how those notes interact with the chord or chords that you're playing over that are happening. And you understand what they sound like. You're able to hear these notes by ear. If you do that, any method is good. I'll leave it at that. If you're going through a method that doesn't enforce what the notes are, that doesn't prioritize like you playing, stopping on a random note and saying, I'm playing the 7 of F. If the method doesn't enforce that, I can't say it's a good method because that's a massively important element that you're not getting. That's the number one thing that when I meet people and they want to get better, the number one thing that people often cannot do is they'll play a sound, they'll play a scale, and they can't stop on a note and tell me what it is. And tell me, like, for example, I'm playing F major 7 just because that's where my hand is. If I go like, whatever. That's an A. I just stopped on that note and it's the 3rd of the chord. I can do it again. That's E, it's the 7 of the chord. I can go, that's B, sharp 4 of the chord. And I can do this with any chord. I'll do it on D, right? That's C sharp, the 7 of the chord. That's G sharp, right? The 3rd of, or excuse me, the sharp 4 of the chord. That's E, the 2 of the chord, right? If I do D minor, if I go like this, that's 6, right? B, the natural 6, the sound of Dorian. I can do that fast. And it's not because I have some ability that other people don't. It's because I, for a long time, have noticed the value in being able to do that, and I've prioritized it. A lot of methods don't do that. They focus more on the figures and the scale shapes, and the scale shapes play the notes for you. And so what a lot of people do is they'll just play the scale shape because it's right, and they won't go that extra step to actually make sure they're memorizing the note and the flavor that they're currently playing. And that's the biggest issue that I see with most people. So that's what I would say. It takes time, but it's not that bad. There's only so many notes, you just memorize them. Ken, sorry you couldn't, you're multitasking, so you couldn't elaborate. No big deal. Hopefully that answers your question. Let me know if there's anything else. Simone, started using fingertips and pick more seriously for maybe 45 days, and now you have pretty strong calluses. Great point, Simone, because there are some people that I think Tommy Emmanuel, acoustic guitar player, fantastic. I think he uses fingertip. And a lot of flamenco guitar players do as well. I don't know how many, but if you build the callus on your fingertip, it can actually start to sound like kind of hard, like a nail. So you can kind of get nail-ish tone with a hard callus. But yeah, like you said, it just takes time. So it's definitely possible, for sure. Personally, the problem with me is I don't really callus that much. Even my fretting hand doesn't really callus. Some people callus it's like, like they have a sheet of armor on their fingers, which is wild. I've never really been like that for some reason. So, nice. So we're about an hour in. Hopefully you guys are getting some interesting things that you find useful. Let's see what the distortion sounds like on this amp. Turn it up a little bit. Yeah. Get ready for tons of noise. Not too bad. It's just really noisy. Let's go back to this pickup. Nice. So yeah, I will. We're about an hour in. Still got some questions to answer from some patrons, but another thing that some people did is they kind of requested me to go over a couple tunes, so maybe I'll do that here in a moment. I'm actually going to pull those tunes up. Oscar, what's happening? Hope you're well. Ramananda, you have a question. Feel free to ask said question while I pull up some of these tunes. Let me find this stuff, just opening up the post. One of them was a blues player that's pretty popular these days, and another one was not a blues player, but kind of pentatonic focused, which we can talk about. I'm going to pull this one up. And oh yeah, and you guys should be able to hear this as well because I have my computer audio also on the stream. I checked it earlier. The mix should be pretty good. So maybe I'll do the Kingfish one first. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Let me see what we got. See if anyone has any questions. Oscar, if I touch on, could I say anything about the new frets? Oh yeah, actually I didn't really talk about how they feel. I talked a little bit about just generally that I have new frets, but let's talk about how they feel. Yeah, I They're great. The guy who put them on, he actually said that what I need to do is play them, play the guitar. In a couple weeks, he said I might need them to be re-leveled because the guitar is like slowly morphing around the fret, and sometimes the guitar the neck can kind of push the frets out. So I'll probably need to get them re-leveled. There's a guy down here that I'll go to, but I can kind of see one of them is like a little bit popping up. I can see it like right here. This one right there is kind of popping up as I look down. Just on that side. This side looks pretty good. It definitely feels like the same guitar, but new for sure. In particular, because I mentioned this earlier, where I don't really feel the fretboard as much. I actually asked them, I'm like, I want some taller frets, but I wasn't exactly sure how much. So they put on I can't remember what the type, medium, jumbo, I have no idea. But they're pretty good. Next time I might even go taller, but we'll see. I like them though, for sure. Feels very like smooth. I like how they sanded them down really nice. I don't feel any like grit under them as I bend. So they also cleaned my fretboard, as you can see. It's not as dirty as it was. This stuff is just the finish that has been scraped off over years. Like this guitar didn't have that when I bought it. It just naturally happened as I played. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Everything sounds better. The guitar is actually more in tune. The intonation, as I'm playing, like that's gonna be a little sharp, but intonation sounds good. Less like buzzing, kind of sitar-y. So I had like a sitar tone going on the high string. So it's much better for sure. For sure. Easier to play. Couple notes are still a little buzzy, but I think that's just a matter of making sure they're re-leveled. So what I'm supposed to do over time is just, especially, he said past the 12th fret is often where that's where you'll feel the frets kind of shift. So I want to make sure like all of these notes, none of them fret out. Like that one's a little, these are kind of a little buzzy. None of them are fretting out. Definitely playable. But some of those I feel like might fret out, and that's actually right where that fret looked like it was a little uneven. So that's one thing I'll pay attention to, but definitely sounds good. Ramananda, when you try to play chords of any song, you can find the first chords, but within the key, when you try all the chords, it's not matched with the song. So depending on what you mean, so you're saying you can find the first chords of the song, but then when you play the rest of the chords in the key that you think the song is in, those chords don't work. They don't sound like they should. If that's what you're saying. If that's what you're saying, then the key that you think the chords are in is probably not correct. It's very important. For example, I'll just give you an example. Let's say you're listening to a song and the first chord is C major. Okay? Bam, first chord, C major. And you think, okay, I got the first chord. Great. It's C, therefore I'm in the key of C. Not all the time. Because think about this. If I'm listening to a song and if I hit play on a song, boop, play on a song, and the first chord that I hear is C major, just because that's the first chord, in no way does that mean it's the key of the song. Maybe in the past that was the case, but not today. Because why is that? In a key, how many major chords are there? There are three. If we're sticking to a key, some songs don't even stick to a key. Some songs will move outside of the key. That's another thing you need to pay attention to. But if you just hear a C major chord and you can say C major, you need to think this chord is in one of three keys, right? Because think about keys in general. Where are the major chords? A 1 chord in the key is major, so is a 4, and so is a 5. So there's a good chance that the first major chord that you play, for example, this could be 1, but it could also be 4, and it could also be 5. So you can't get the key of the song on just 1 chord. It's impossible. If this is all you heard, and that's it, impossible to say what key that's in because it could be multiple. Now, if someone did this, if you heard a progression where it was C and you played D, E minor, right? Which is extremely common. I already know what key that's in, and it's not C. You have to think about what key has a major chord and then another major chord up a whole step. Where does that exist in a key? In a normal key that only exists on 4 and 5. So this first initial C chord is not 1, it's 4. Because I'm noticing that, it can't be 1, because if this was 1, we'd be going up to D major. If this is 1, we'd be in the key of C. In the key of C, there is no D major, it'd be D minor. But what key has C major and D major? It's the key of G. So you can't just base the key off of the first chord of the song. You have to get the full progression. And then you look at the full progression and say, what key has all of these chords in it? Sometimes it will be the key of the first chord, but other times it won't. That's why you always need to look at everything from a bird's eye view of all of the possible chords and say, oh, look, all of these chords are actually in this key. So then you could cycle through those chords in that key to figure out what's happening, right? That's really important. The best example I can give is like Sweet Child of Mine. I've talked about this before. Sweet Child of Mine, the verse of that is D. It's actually D flat, their drop tune, but I'll just say it's D. The chord progression is D, and you might say, oh, it's in the key of D. Listen to the first chord. Listen to the lick, that's D major. First chord of the verse is D, in the key of D. No, it's not. Because what's the second chord? That's a C. There is no C in the key of D. So if you think that the song's in the key of D and you start playing the rest of the chords in the key of D to match the song, it's not going to happen because the song's not in the key of D. What key is the song in? We have D and C. In a key, where do you have two major chords next to each other? 5 and 4, which means the key is actually G, right? So that progression is not 1. This is not 1 of the tune. It's 5 and then 4 and then 1, which explains the solo section of that song, which is E minor, the 6th chord, right? There's some other out of key chords in there. It plays a major 3 chord, which is very popular, but that's always what you have to do. You can't just get the first chord and assume that's the key. You have to get the full progression and then say, what key has all of these chords in it? And the nice thing about it, if you're just playing a normal song, like a plain song that's just in the key, not doing anything wild, playing out of key stuff, and you see a major chord, that major chord is going to be 1, 4, 5. So it's going to be in 3 potential keys. You just have to figure out which one it is. Same thing with a minor chord. If you hear a song that's normally in a key, nothing crazy, and the first chord is minor, there are 3 minor chords in a key, 6, 2, or 3. By far, most of the time it's 6, but sometimes it's 2. And you have to look at the rest of the chords to figure out what key you're in. That's always a great habit to get into. Just say, look, learn the whole progression, reverse engineer it to figure out what the actual key is, so you can then have the full palette of chords available. So hopefully that answers your question. So when you're practicing a lot with small shapes and building chords on the first 3 strings, arrive to the point where you instantly know the numbers of the triad and the colors. Very valuable, for sure. You usually see the 1 bass, 3 bass, or 5 bass triad and then add the color I look for. That's fine. I mean, that's kind of... Oh, yeah, and I'll continue. You're saying, do I do the same thing or memorize the shape with the color? Oh, okay, yeah. How you're talking about it, where you start with... I'll just do like... I don't know, I'll play F major right here. When I first started, absolutely. I started with the basic chord, 5 bass, 1, or 5, 1, 3, and then added the color. So like that, for example, that's adding 2. I discovered the color by first looking at the triad, modifying, but over time you just start to memorize like, oh, this is F suspended 2, 5, 1, 2 of F. So over time you'll start to memorize them as their own entities, you know? So if I play F and I want to play sharp 4, it's right there, right? 5, 1, 3, 5, 1, sharp 4. So you'll memorize that shape as you use them, for sure. Especially once you start to get into the larger chord shapes where you're using more than 3 strings. So for example, this is kind of what chapter 2 gets into, where I'm doing the DGB strings plus the top 3, which gives you a 4-string chord. So for example, if I play A major, here's A major, 1, 3, 5. The 4-string version would be A major off the D string, 1, 3, 5, and then 3 bass off the G string, 3, 5, 1. So when you combine them, you get 1, 3, 5, 1, like that. So I've memorized, like, if I pop my pinky down right here, that's major 1, 3, 5 with 2. You know, and then if I pop my pointer finger back here, change my fingering, that's 1, 3, 5, 7. So I memorized that as like its own thing. If I do this, 1, 3, sharp, 4, 7. So I've memorized that as its own thing too. But you use the basic shapes to discover, and then you memorize once you discover them. So yeah, pretty much what you're doing, I think. But eventually, yeah, I definitely memorized the shape with the color, so you could just jump right into it. Especially when you're playing leads, it's really valuable with leads because you can see, if you're playing whatever, major 7 or something like that. So if I want to play a major 7, I know that this is 1, 3, 5, just on the D string, but I also know this is 1, 3, 7. So if I'm playing a lead, I can go, right? I see that shape, 1, 3, 6, 7, 3, because I'm actually visualizing this in my mind, and I can add little notes and stuff, right? And this works for all the other strings as we continue playing them, even with the spread voicings, where the notes are spread in different octaves, still doing the same thing with that as well. So, yeah, all that stuff. And you start memorizing them as like what particular color would they have. So you can when I look at this shape, this is a 3 bass spread voicing on the middle 4 strings, extremely common shape. 3, 1, 2, 5. So when I see this shape, I'm barring right here to get the 2. I'm actively thinking major chord with 2, and the 2 is right there. Right. Very common shape. Yeah, so hopefully that answers your question. That's how you're doing it. It's pretty much exactly what I would do, for sure. But eventually, over time, you'll start to get the individual colors. And again, you just kind of memorize the shapes that you prefer, find shapes and connections that you like, and you build your palette like that. So for example, like what I just kind of did right there. So this is me playing suspended little shapes. They're all like 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 5 on the E string, 1, 2, 5. Technically, you can look at this as something else, but I'm looking at it as G, 1, 2, 5, C, 1, 2, 5, G, 1, 2, 5. So I'm kind of thinking about them as their own little things, and suspended is a really cool sound. So I'm kind of creating a little lick out of it, like navigating with these in a lead way, adding a little hammer on. Really cool flavors you can get with that. So yeah, you'll build your note palette and stuff like that as you continue. So what I'm going to do here, because it might be kind of interesting, I'm going to probably look away from the chat for a second. I'm going to go over some of these tunes that people had suggested, and we can just kind of talk about what's going on. Simone, real quick, do I use the modified shape also during soloing? Definitely. Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely thinking like that. I'll use this all the time as an example. This is minor, 3 bass, flat 3, 5, 1, flat 3, A minor in this case. And the modified has the 2 on top. I'm definitely using this. Right? I'm actually just running it. Right? There it is. Like, this is a figure that I like. Walking up the arpeggio. Connecting, that's not the right fingering for it, but connecting to that chord. Like that. Do it on D minor. Right? Gotta get a fingering. What finger was I just using? I guess that. Oh, there we go. That's definitely a shape. And if you like that connection, just practice it everywhere, right? And I'm kind of holding it like a chord. Don't have to do that. You can do stuff like that, which is a cool sound. Same thing, yeah, like right here. Like I hit the 2, I'm thinking G minor right now. I can see this. I know the chord is this minor, 1, flat 3, 5, but I'm actually seeing that 1, 2, 5 like choice. No open B string. There's another one right there. So I know that I'm playing G minor, flat 3, 5, 1, normal 3 bass, but I see that 2 on top. So I'm going like actually in the lead. So yeah, cool sound. A lot of cool flavors you can get out of that. Okay, so let me go through one of these tunes. This might be kind of fun. You guys should be able to hear this audio when I play it, and should be kind of cool. I'm probably, YouTube hopefully is not going to ding this video too much on copyright. It probably will. So depending on where you are in the world, there's a chance you might not be able to watch this stream, or I might have to do something, but I'm just going to go over it just a little bit. I'm not going to play like huge swaths of these tunes because it's definitely going to get copyright claimed or whatever, but yeah, just do a little bit. So let me see who... Ramananda, who's in here, he suggested, he wanted to kind of see what was going on in this Kingfish, Christone, I guess his name, Kingfish Ingram. He's a kind of blues player, young dude, pretty popular right now. A lot of people, he's kind of all over the internet. Great player, and he's playing The Thrill Is Gone, so this is a very popular tune. So I'm going to go through this a little bit, just little pieces of it, and see if there's anything interesting to take note of. I'm not going to be looking at the chat right now, but I will once I go through some of this stuff. So I'm actually also, so there's no feedback, I'm going to put on headphones. So you guys should be able to hear the audio because I have my desktop audio going through the stream, and I will be able to hear it in headphones. Make sure this is good. Just going to play a little bit of this. Okay. Cool. You guys should be able to hear that. Nice. All right. So I'm just going to kind of play the beginning and see if we find something cool. First thing I would do, honestly, if I was learning this by ear, because I've never heard this recording until right now. I kind of wanted to do it live. Is get the basic root sound. And this is also The Thrill Is Gone, which is usually being played in B minor, so I kind of already have that knowledge. This is B.B. King. That's his tune. But I can hear him do this right off the bat. Play a little bit. So I hear like that. Kind of sounds like minor 7. Yep, minor 7. So why am I saying minor 7 versus normal minor triad? Okay, so this is actually what I like to do. There's a sound that's triggering my brain to think, oh, this is minor 7, not just minor triad, but I'm not exactly sure. So what I'm actually going to do is I know it's B minor. I can hear boom, boom. I can hear that root. It's clearly minor. I'll play minor. But then my brain is saying, kind of sounds like minor 7. So what I will do is I'll play the B minor chord, which looks like this, straight up like normal bar chord. And then I'll play the minor 7 version. And I want to hear the difference. What's the difference? B minor triad, bum, 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 bum. Minor 7, bum, 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 bum. That's the only difference. It's got this note. That's flat 7, by the way, the note that makes a minor 7 chord minor 7. So what I'm going to do is I hear this note, bum, and what I'm actually going to do is play the recording and look for that note. If my ear hears bum, 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 this flat 7, it confirms, oh, it's minor 7. If I can't hear it, then what I originally thought was not correct, and maybe it's just a minor triad, or maybe it's something else. But that's what I will do. If I think it's something, if I think, I hear a 2 in this chord, or I hear a 6 in this chord, and I'm not exactly sure right off the bat, then I'm going to play the note, hear what the note is, and then look for that note as I play the recording. So I'm looking for bum, and I'll just play it again. Now, even though that was a really quick hit, I still heard it. Yep, bum, bum. I heard it right there. So I'm confident that he's playing this, not minor triad, okay? And he's playing like a little... And that's just, super common little figure. Why would he be doing that? This is flat 7, 1 of B, 4, 5. It's almost like this. Boom, 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 boom. Super common in this world, playing 1, 5, 1, like a bass line kind of. Oops, excuse me. Let's keep going. Little extra pick, just messing around. Okay, so this is a blues. So if you think about what the chords are, it's, Thrill Is Gone is what? B minor, and then we're going to E minor. You can call this a minor 1 chord, if you want to call it that, to a minor 4 chord. That's always what blues is, this kind of blues. B minor, basically drop down a string to that chord minor. What he's doing is a walk up. He's walking up, like filling in chords. This is what a lot of blues players, especially jazz players, and players that kind of live in this in-between state, they will experiment with adding little extra movements like this to make it a little bit more interesting. Instead of just going B minor, like right to E minor, which you can do, he's adding a little bit of a walk up. And what is he doing? I'll play one more time. I think it's right here. So he's walking up with how many chords? So he's got bump, 2, 3, 4, and then that final chord. The chords that he's playing are B minor. He just plays minor 7 again, up 2 frets. Then he plays, sounds like D major 7. So first walk up, little slide, and I'm going to talk about why he would do that. And then this is the crucial chord. And actually, I don't think he plays that one either. I'll try to play. Yeah, he plays minor 9. And I'm going to show you how I'm thinking about that. By the way, if I'm playing along with the recording, there might be the synchronization from my computer audio to my mic and might not be completely on, so it might sound like I'm playing off time, so I apologize. But yeah, I hear this. Sounds like just the same chord up a whole set. D major 7. Now see this chord? Let's talk about this. Actually, let's talk about the other chords first. So why would he be choosing these chords? Right? Why would he be playing... We're walking up to this, right? First of all, you could just kind of... I mean, you don't have to say he's specifically doing anything on purpose. Like, you could do a lot of other things. You could play these movements. There's a million ways to play these little connectors. But let's just think about this. So if we're playing a B minor chord, we're moving up to C sharp minor, right? Now, here's the thing. This chord, if we're moving up to E minor, this chord does not exist in any key where E is minor, right? So that's something that's kind of interesting to note. He's just doing it as a little walk-up chord. He could have done something else. He could have done like B minor. He could have done C sharp minor 7 flat 5. That might make more sense. And then D major 7, and then the diminished, and then E minor. But for these walk-ups, doesn't really matter. You can kind of do whatever you want. Hell, you can go... That's just the same chord. That's minor 7, minor 7, minor 7, minor 7, minor. You could do that too. All you're doing is filling in the space with enough chords to get there on time. So he's playing these two, right? Almost playing like B minor's a 2 chord. Because if B minor was acting as a 2 chord right there, this would be 2, 3, 4, right? Kind of makes perfect sense. 2, 3, 4, that you'd be like in the key of A at this moment. This might be getting into the weeds a little bit, but that's maybe why he liked that chord. Or he just thought, hey, this chord sounds good. I'm going to go up a whole step, do it again. D major 7, sounds good, by the way. D major 7, relative major to B minor. So these 2 chords are interchangeable in this situation. That's why it sounds good right there. Now, what is this chord? This is a diminished 7 chord, right? And notice what chord we move to. We're moving to E minor. And also, he doesn't play E minor. He plays E minor like this. Even though this, fancy chord, it's E minor 9. Oh, it sounds fancy. It's not. You're playing a minor chord with 1, flat 3. I think I don't even know if he's got the flat 3 in there. Let's say he does. 1, flat 3, minor, right? It's almost like left shape location for flat 3. Playing flat 7. Very normal note. Just because it sounds fancy doesn't mean it's fancy. It's minor pentatonic. That note is in E minor pentatonic. Super normal note. You can pretty much add that note into every normal minor context you play. Then we have 2 on top. 2 gives it that little bit more kind of lush sound. He didn't have to do that. He could have gone bum, 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 bum. Could have done that. Normal E minor 7, just like these. Or even this. You could have gone, that's another E minor 7, 1, flat 3, flat 7, flat 3. But he's choosing to play the 2 on top. Sounds cool. It's a nice kind of smoother sound. A little bit fancier, I suppose, sounding. Now, what is this diminished 7 chord? So if you're not familiar with these sounds, I have a bunch of lessons on this. The easy answer to what this chord is very simply, if you're moving to a chord, any chord, major, minor, dominant, right? Maybe not necessarily like minor 7 flat 5, but for the main major or the main chord types, major, minor, dominant, if you're traveling to that chord, let's say I'm traveling to E minor, it doesn't matter what kind of minor I'm playing. I can play, let me make sure you guys can see my hand cleanly. Yeah, cool. Doesn't matter if it's major or minor, major, dominant. If you're traveling to a chord and you want to set up this chord in the easiest possible way, go to the left, 1 fret, the leading tone, the note that's right behind the root of the next chord, and you play diminished 7, which looks like this, right? Now, I don't want to get too much into the diminished 7 world, but these chords are copy and pastable. I can move this chord up or back 3 frets. I have a very large series on YouTube right now for this exact sound, which will explain exactly why this chord works. So you can check that out if you want. But that always moves like that, because what this chord really is, it's really an extension of this. And what is this chord? D sharp, A, B, F sharp, also known as B7. The 5 of E minor, right? If you're traveling to E minor, you go to its 5th, B, and you make it dominant. But this is a certain type of dominant that I've talked about many times, a dominant that I call spicy dominant, a sound that has the dominant 7 chord but has a flat 6 and a flat 2, like this. So if you take a dominant chord, just plain old dominant, I'll play it right here, B7, 1, 5, flat 7, 3. If I take this chord, move the root instead of 1, play flat 2 instead. Where's flat 2? Very easy. There's your root, go up a fret. You now have a diminished 7 chord, right? So this chord is really, I would look at it as B minor, C sharp minor, D major. I would personally look at this chord as B7. B7 flat 9. That's actually really where it comes from. He's just choosing to play with the diminished 7 variant. Very, very common. So that's what that is. Little connector. I mean, here's the cool thing. You heard him do it. Anytime you are playing a blues and you got a 1 chord and you're traveling to a 4 chord, you can do this exact move in any key. Let's say I'm playing blues in A minor, right? This like, and I'm walking up to the 4 chord. Watch this. I can go, right? Let's continue. So you could do stuff like that. Memorize these little moves. And there are a near infinite amount of moves, because the point is not all, I'll go back to the key of the tune, B minor. All of these chords don't matter. What matters is you're moving from there to there. And there's so many ways to do it. There's an infinite amount of ways to do it. So you just have to kind of find these cool little tactics. But if you know what chord you're moving to, in this case, E minor, and you build the tactics saying, oh, I know what chords take me here, you can get some cool ideas. I can play right? Why would I do that? See this diminished chord right here? It's the same one as this one. So I'm not doing what he's doing. I'm not going diminish right here and then here. I'm choosing to go ahead of the chord and then back to it. And I can do that because this is the same as that, which is really just B7, right? So that's what that is. Pretty cool. Hopefully all that stuff makes sense. Let's pull it. Oops. Let me find the tune. Okay, that's the basic chord progression. And let's see what he does. So that sounds like what it is. That's B minor pentatonic. So that's B minor pentatonic. I'm going to listen to a little bit more of this because I have a feeling I already know what he's going to do. Let's see. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, that's exactly what he just played. Okay. So he kind of played major 3 right there. He might have been shooting for the 4, but he kind of did that. I don't know. It sounds cool either way. That kind of thing. Okay. So that's a little bit of a modification right there. Why would he do this bend? He's not doing it for, random reasons. He's thinking about the chord progression. And at that moment in the tune, it's hard to hear because the guitar is insanely loud and everything is buried. But that's during the 5 chord at that moment, which would be what? You have this like G major, F7. So when F7 is happening, he goes, why would he do this bend? That bend will not sound as smooth over B minor or E. Why does it work right here? Because what note is he bending to? Bum, bum. First of all, he's playing this. What is that note? F sharp, the root of the chord at that moment. And he does this. Why would he bend this note? Because he's getting this note out of the bend. What is that? The third of the chord, of this chord. The chord that's happening at that moment, right? Bum, 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 bum. And then he resolves. So he is mildly thinking about the chord progression, at least for that chord right there. It's a classic thing that blues players do. They'll autopilot minor pentatonic for the whole thing until the 5 chord happens. Right? The final, the turnaround. That's where they'll start to, you'll hear like stuff like that. They'll start to play more the chord tones of that chord because that's a significant chord. That's the 5 of this. So you have to bring out, especially that note. Not to mention this note, the third of the actual chord going on, bum, what is it of B minor? It's not in pentatonic, right? That's A sharp. We're not playing A sharp in B minor pentatonic, we're playing A, right? That's why that note sounds good at this moment, because it's not an out of key note. It's literally in the chord at that moment. So a lot of blue players will target that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, just, that's like, speaking of leads, Simone was just talking about using chord shapes as leads. That lick is literally a small chord shape. That's this. 1 bass, 1 flat 3 5. He's going. So imagine playing this minor chord with a little 4 modification right there. Flat 3 4. Like he's using it in a lead. He's literally walking down 5 flat 3 1. So straight up small chord shape, you know, arpeggio basically. Let's keep going. I mean that then it's, you know, just with distortion. Yep. Whatever the next lick is going to be. Almost played the same lick I just did. That's a little bit different right there. He's got like a something like that. I'll talk about that because that's a little bit different. He's accessing one different note. I might be missing something. Let's see. No, I got it. I think. I'll try to play along if I can catch it. I just feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I see. All right, this is actually a little bit of ear training practice right here, so you can kind of see my process. I had an assumption of what it was. Okay, I'm going to play that figure one more time. Make sure you can see me clearly. Yep. I heard this. But as I listened to it, I noticed, wait a minute, something about this note is not right. And I knew something was incorrect about this note. And so I listened very carefully during the moment when that note should be happening. And I noticed he didn't play this. He played that. So, right? That's more, I think, of what it sounds like. Let's see if I'm correct. This is the process. Yep. Notice also what I'm doing. This is actually kind of cool because you can see me do it in real time. I'm hearing what? Like 3 notes at a time, and I'm pausing constantly because I don't want to hear the full run. I want to hear the moments that I'm unsure about because maybe they're passing by too quickly or something. So this is straight up how I do it. Let's say I want to learn this next part. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. That's this. Keep going. Ba-da-da-dum. That's 4 notes. You see I'm pausing it, hearing a tiny chunk, pause, or playing it, hearing a tiny chunk, pausing. Ba-da-da-dum. I already know what that is. That's a crazy common figure. That's a 5 bass chord, by the way. 4, 3, 1, 5. Feels like A major. right? Even though the chord is B minor. It's kind of a common sound. If you're playing minor, you can play or imply the major triad back whole step. It's like a triad pair, right? A, B minor, A, B minor, A, B minor, A, B minor. Very common thing that a lot of these players will touch on. So I'll solo B minor, right? Something like that. A little bit of A, B minor, A, B minor, right? A major if I want to do something like that. It's really F sharp minor as well. You can think about it like that. It's a common sound. This is a common lick as well. I mean, how many times have you heard that? That sounds like, right? It's a very common figure. So that's kind of what he's getting at right there. Or whatever. But you see that ear training process. I'm hearing tiny chunks because hearing the notes is usually not the problem for people. It's remembering what the hell the notes are. By doing it the way I'm doing right now, which is so easy to do with like YouTube or if you have the MP3, just pause. I'm getting tiny chunks that are so easy for me to remember because there's barely any notes. 4 notes. I can remember 4 notes. I can sing it back. Ba-da-da-dum. I can do that super easily. So if I keep playing, which has the buffer. Ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-dum. I can also go different fingering. That's maybe something else I would do, is say I hear the phrase, ba-dum, ba-dum. That sounds like a note, or flat 7, 5, flat 3, 2 of B minor. That's what it sounds like, right? So I'm immediately saying fingerings. Where I'm at, that's the most natural place, but I could also go, maybe that might be kind of cool. Play like a chord, kind of cool. I can also do what? If I happen to be up here in my fingering, flat 7, 5, or 5, flat 7, 5, right? That's flat 3, 2, ba-da-da-dum, 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 here, ba-da-da-dum. It's really valuable to just immediately do that. Get into the habit of saying, here's the figure, I know what it is, the notes are correct, fingering, different fingering, different fingering, different fingering. Just do that over and over again. Even though it might be unnecessary, even though some of these fingerings you won't use, it's not about finding fingerings that you'll use, it's about going through the process of finding where these notes are. That's one of the best ways to strengthen your knowledge of the fretboard because you're tying it to a specific figure that you're learning, right? This is a specific sound. Da-da-da-dum. You're not finding it in all the different places. Great idea to do that. Also listen to this one a little more. I had to hear that, like, that's like the classic Hendrix, Stevie Ray kind of thing. Whatever. Yep. Notice also what I'm doing, hearing the lick, little chunk, like I've been doing, singing it back. Why am I singing it back? I want to remember it. Sometimes the hardest part is just freaking remembering these things like I just talked about. If I can sing it back, that's reinforcing my memory of the part. I think that's what it is. I might have forgot it already. Let's see. I think that's right. I think that's what I sang earlier. Cool. Oh. Okay. Notice I also hear the bend. Right? 1, 2, 3, flat 3. That's during, probably we're getting close to the turnaround. Let's see what he does. That's just that little bend. And now he's up here. That's I mean, it's just kind of, I don't know, just B minor pentatonic for the most part, like touching a little bit on targeting some chord tones and stuff like that. Let's just see what else he does. Little chords, again, all minor pentatonic, B minor. Yeah, I gotta talk about this in a second, I will. That's the same move, he's just doubling. You hear, He's kind of picking, he's doing like a strum, grabbing that top note. Pretty cool. That's that minor 9. That's cool. So walks up. It sounds like, and this is the 5 of B minor. This is dominant. This case we have flat 3 and flat 2. Flat 3 is always a note you can add into what I call spicy dominant, the dominant of a 5 chord, the dominant of a minor chord, 5 of minor. Super classic sound. That's what he's doing. He's just walking up. And then he plays B minor like, I heard like that, like a minor with a 4. Let's see. Let's see if I'm right. That's kind of cool. And he also kind of does it. That's kind of cool. I didn't catch that the first time, so I thought this note was on the downbeat. But it's not. It's that's actually the downbeat, which is cool. It's got a little bit of a syncopation. Oh, okay. That's that chord. That's B minor. B minor, 1, flat 7, flat 3, 4, flat 7. Great sound. Minor with 4. He's just playing the same, minor chords, just adding in other notes available. This chord, people look at this chord as kind of like a fancy chord. It's not fancy at all. It's minor, B minor, 1, flat 7, flat 3, 4. All of those notes exist in minor pentatonic. There's nothing weird about those notes. So you want to look at these chords as very normal. They sound different. They sound nice. They sound sweet, but they're not complex because all of these notes are in minor pentatonic. Minor pentatonic, one of the easiest sounds of all time. So, yeah, I'd imagine it's mostly kind of that stuff. Like, he's a blues player, so he's going to be doing that stuff. I want to talk about blues real quick because there's one thing that I've talked about this before, I'm sure, but this is something that is very valuable and will basically give you, if you're into blues, you think about this and you're done. Blues, the hallmark of blues, if you want to really get this stuff down, there are 2 shapes to learn. Minor, left shape, on the higher strings, so on the D string and the G string. And then center shape for the lower strings. Really center shape everywhere. So I'll show you what I mean. B minor, right? I'm actually going to maybe lower this just a bit. B minor, right? If we're playing B minor pentatonic, that's my root. What does center shape look like? 1, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, 1. Blues players love this because it's a very pointer finger, ring finger friendly figure. You can play the whole thing with just, if I pretend these fingers got cut off, I have no middle finger and no pinky. I can go, you could just use these 3 or these 2 fingers and that's it. For the whole time if you wanted to. So that's the value of center shape. It also has a lot of opportunity for sliding. Stuff like that. You've got flat 5 right there. 1, flat 3, 4, flat 5, 5. It's right there available. So very common. And it flows right into the next root. 1, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, 1, do it again. 1, flat 3, 4, 5. Shift the fingering because the tuning. Flat 7, 1. And then do it again. So it's a very like slidey, friendly shape. It's also pretty nice for bend, right? And there's a lot of opportunity for grabbing little small chord shapes, right? Stuff like that. Very nice for that movement, like kind of more of a traveling sort of figure, if you connect them all. But then left shape is perfect. Left shape looks like this on the D string. Remember, the hallmark of left shape is 1 chord tones, 1, flat 3, and 5 on different strings. Of the 3 scale configurations that I talk about in the Patreon, this is the only one where you have chord tones on different strings. So 1 is on here, flat 3, 5. And look at that, a 1 bass chord. Perfect. The reason why this one is nice is look at what notes we have on this side. We have 1, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, right? 4 is a very bendable note. Why? Because when we bend 4, we have 2 places we can bend it to. We can bend it up a whole step to 5, obviously, perfect. That's now sounds like this. We can also bend it up half step to flat 5 if we want that. Very common in this world. So this string is very bendable. This string up here is also very bendable because what note is this? Flat 7. If I bend it up a whole step, it's root. So I can go, that's root right there. So easy. You know what else I can bend it to? Instead of root, I can bend it up a half step, and that's normal 7, which is what? The third of the 5 chord. Which is, remember what he did? He went, right? So that note, even though it's not, it's going to be a little bit dissonant over normal B minor or E minor, but when that F sharp 7 happens, it's perfect. Again, all within bendable reach, and this is all left shape, right? And again, you have all this stuff right here. You bend up 4 to 5, you can grab 5, giving you that sort of stuff, the unison bend, right? Flat 5 to normal 5, really cool. You've got the chord right here. You've got 3 bass, flat 3, 5, 1, super readily available. You can do fun stuff like hold the chord, flat 3, 5, 1, little hammer onto 4. I've talked about this. You've also got flat 5 right here. It's like very like George Benson, like very common shape. I can also hammer on like flat 7, all that stuff. I've got my pinky to hammer on 2. So the left shape is just on the D string. It's just the go-to for all of these like classic figures that people play. Yeah, and then on the top, highest string, we've got 1 and 3. This is 3, so what can we do? Bend up to 4. Sometimes players will bend up to normal 3, right? Depending on the type of blues you're playing, so that's possible. Even on the G string, it's possible. So here's B right here. That's my root. On the G string, B. Left shape. Remember, the hallmark of left shape. Chord tones on different strings. 1, flat 3, 5. This is a 1 bass. That's 1 bass on the D string. Looks different because of the tuning of the guitar. So what's the pentatonic look like? 1, flat 3, 4, just like it was here. 1, flat 3, 4. 1, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, just like it was right here. 1, flat 3, 4, 5, 7. Flat 7. So all the bending stuff we were doing right here is also done right here in left shape. That 5, flat 7 right here, bending up to 1, still right here. Uh-oh. Oh! That's a fretted out note. All right. So these frets need to be re-leveled. That's definitely, that note is fretted out. Good to know. One of these frets is not leveled properly, for sure. That's funny. Hey, thanks for, I don't know if I would have done that exact bend right here, but by doing that bend, I've learned I've got to get these frets re-leveled. So cool. Now I know that fret needs to be fixed. But yeah, left shape on the D string, G string, and to some extent on the other strings too. It's just left shape is perfect for bending. Left shape minor is the bending shape. So what a lot of people will do, and that's kind of what he's doing in this, is he'll play center shape on the bottom, walk up to left shape in the next octave. So right here, center shape, into left shape. And he's always sliding around like that's 1, flat 7, 1. Right, all that stuff is available. Right? Even though I'm accessing some different notes right here, it's the same stuff that he's doing. It's just I'm adding more stuff, basically. I'm doing like maybe more, I don't know, figures that aren't necessarily bluesy sounding, but it really is center shape. This is left shape. Just some fun stuff. I'm going like accessing like 2, flat 5, 7. Right? Yeah, lots of fun stuff with that. So hopefully that makes sense. That's, yeah, pretty kind of typical blues playing, for sure. Nothing like that crazy, but the walk-up is pretty interesting. It's a nice move to remember. There's a billion ways you could walk. I mean, you can go, I can go, that's another way. It's all about just knowing where you're moving to, what chord you're moving to, and how many chords do you have to get there. You know, 4 chords, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 chord per beat is pretty safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, resolve. So I just did this one. Sorry. It's a little bit more of a, I don't know, smoother way. You can go, let's try like, that's kind of cool. I'm just now like throwing chords down to see what sounds cool getting to this final chord. Now this is a tactic, this chord right here. It's called tritone sub. Maybe that's for a separate lesson. Maybe I can go, it's another move. So that's actually all B minor, B minor, B minor, B minor. It's just inversions of B minor, spread voicings, which we'll talk about. Maybe I'll walk down from here. These are all just different. I'm not really thinking about much, just thinking I'm on B minor. How can I get to E minor, right? Yeah, a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. So hopefully that makes sense. Oops, am I making a noise? That's the noise you pick up. Okay, cool. Let me talk about the other tune now. So this tune was suggested by David Hallowell, who I think is in here. I think he popped in here. So I'll go through this. Let's see what he had to say. This is a player that does a nice job avoiding cliche by putting simple elements together in interesting or novel ways. You said you particularly like the solo that preludes at about 250 and runs from about 350 to the end. Okay, cool. Listen to that. Yeah, let's do it. See what happens. So I'm gonna play. Let's go. Where did you say 250? So I'm just gonna skip ahead again. You guys should be able to hear this. Let's just play it right from 250. Roll back a little bit. Cool, it's like a percussion. I hear ba-da-da-da. This note sounds like a sharp 4, just like my ears is telling me it's a sharp 4, so let's see if I'm right. If I'm right, then that means the tune is in the key of F. So this is the key. Let's see if I'm right. All right, so now, none of that necessarily had a bass line, but now there is a bass line. I hear that. Makes sense because the chord is B flat. That little top melody. This note I heard earlier is E. That's the sharp 4 of B flat. So far, my assumption of this being in the key of F is correct. How do I know? This kind of plays into what we talked about earlier. If the first chord is B flat, in no way does that mean this is the key of the song. This is just a chord happening in the song. But because I hear this note, and I know that's sharp 4 of this, immediately my ear is telling me this is a 4 chord. How do I know? 4 chords have sharp 4s. That's their color. I might be wrong. They might be doing some other shenanigans here that I'll hear in a second. But off the bat, this is a 4 chord, B flat. If B flat is 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, F is the key. Let's see if I'm right. So if I'm right, all the chords happening right here should be in the key of F. Okay, let's continue. Just gonna start over. Bum. That's now the bass note, so that sounds like bum. Bum is the 2 of the key, so that's G minor. Sounds, makes sense? Ba-da-na-na. I kind of hear something like that with G in the bass. Something like that, pretty cool. 1, F. Interesting. Oh, never mind. So I heard this bum in the bass, then I heard it move down. So if I'm in the key of F and I hear the bass note move down, you might say, oh, that's a 7 chord. Could be, but there's an option that's way more common, and many people in the chat probably already know what I'm going to say. If you hear a bass note go 1 and then down a fret, this is the root of the 7 chord, but most people will play this. This is not a 7 chord. This is an inversion. The 5 chord, which would be C in this case, with its 3rd in the bass. Far more common way to hear this bass note, because otherwise it would be this, which is just innately dissonant. And a lot of people don't go for innately dissonant, especially like what seems like this genre. They're going for more nice, like lush sounding. So this is the more easy choice, because it's actually just a normal C chord with 3rd in the bass. Right? How many times have you heard like, oops, sorry about that. This cable sucks. You'll hear something like this. right? Hear that walk down? That sounds like 1, 7, 6. It's not. It's 1, 5 with the third in the bass, and then 6. So the third of the 5 chord is always the 7 of the key. So at any moment, if you ever want that walk down, 1, 7, you can play a 5 chord right there, and it will give you a more smoother sound than playing the actual 7 chord, even though the 7 chord is viable as well. Oh, and then they play okay, so they go like this. Something, I'm not playing the right notes, but then the bass note goes bum, bum. So the bass note actually plays the third of the 5 chord and then the root of the 5 chord, right? So it's definitely a 5 right there. I hear that new melody happening. So check this out. The chord is B flat. What is this? Right? That feels like what? Of B flat, that's 6, 7, 6, 3. But you can almost kind of feel it like a D minor chord with a 4 instead of 1, 3, 5, 1, 4, 5. So it's like a little suspended chord, but on top of B flat, the notes are a little more interesting. You start to memorize these things. Seems like it's repeating the progression. Yeah, and they're holding it through to the next chord. And that's 2. Same progression. Okay. Cool. There's something I want to go over here. I'll say in a second. All right, so here's this little movement that comes in. This is important. That. They hold this for the first 2 chords. What were the first 2 chords again? B flat, G minor. That's 4-2 of the key. This is important. In a key, there's the concept of relative major and minor, right? Every major chord has a related minor chord. In the key, I'm going to talk about this in this upcoming week's video on the Patreon, the Building Chord series. You probably already know this, but in every key, 1 and 6 are relative major and minor. 1 is major, 6 is the relative minor. 4 and 2, 4 is the major, 2 is the relative minor. 5 and 3, 5 is the major, 3 is the relative minor. So oftentimes when you're playing between relative major and minor, you can hold stuff through those chords and you don't have to change anything. Notice this passage is happening during the B flat, the 4 chord. But it holds during the G minor, the 2 chord, because B flat major, the 4 chord, and G minor, the 2 chord, are relative major and minor. They have identical pentatonic scales. The notes of the key function the same over both of those chords for the most part. So you can hold this. If I sing this actually over the chords, I don't know how well I'm singing it, but I can hold it. It still sounds good. But when they go to the next chord, F, they change it. Holding. Watch this. Actually, they don't change it right there. So they keep holding it over F. All right, it still functions over F. That's where they change it. They change it to match the 5 chord that's going on right there. Okay, cool. So, slowly modifying the part. Let's see. Keep it. Yeah, so they sort of, maybe I thought they were changing because there's like a ton of other guitars going on. But what people will do is they might do this for the first 2. And then they'll go maybe like for the next chord, like the F chord. But the cool thing about it is it's the same shape. You just kind of move it around to match the chord that's happening underneath you. Pretty cool. This style of music is very easy to make. I'll just say that. Because the chord progression, 4, 2, 1, 5, is very autopilotable. Not the most autopilotable, but you could just like throw stuff on and layer. That's what a lot of this is. Like you have a cool tone, a bell tone, play something cool, loop it. Put in another tone, put in a guitar tone, loop it. Like this is, it sounds dense and very colorful. It sounds great, but this is very easy to make if you have recording software, because you could just throw down a simple melody, sounds cool. Throw down another one, sounds cool. Throw down another one, sounds cool. And just slowly add, and it gives you this like very big sound. It's not difficult to make if you're interested in making this kind of music. Simple bass line, outlining very simple chords, 4, 2, 1, 5. Yeah. Drums are slowly coming in. And it gives you this very big, lush sound because they have all these layers on top of each other. We've got that's a inversion right here. Instead of playing 1, let's do that. Two. You hear that chord? The bass line is this. Went 4, 2, 3. Is that an actual 3 chord? Probably not. It's probably a 1 chord with the 3rd in the bass. That's a really common way to do that. So that's another one of those inversions sneaking its way. I have a lesson called Legend of the Hidden 1 Chord in the 3 chord series, I think, on the Peapock series. 5. Okay, now we got a solo. Right off the bat, you want to be able to say, what does that sound like? Bum. Notice I paused it, still have the note memorized. Bum. Notice I'm singing the note. Bum. The chord at that moment is B flat. They're just looping the progression. So the root is this. Bum, that's the root. What's the note that they're playing in the lead? Bum. I already know what that note is. If this is 1, bum is 3. 1, 2, 3. The root of the chord. The note he's playing 3. I know the chord is B flat. I already know what that first bend is going to be. I don't even need to like guess on the fretboard. I already know it because I know the root of the chord is this and the note he's playing is the 3rd. The chord is B flat and he's bending up to 3rd in a high register. I can do that very easily. B flat in a high register. I'm going to find that note. B flat, B flat, B flat. Octaves. I'm going to bend up to the 3rd. I can see the 3rd already. It's right here. Let me make sure you guys can see my fretboard. Yeah. 3rd is right there. How am I going to bend up to this note? That's 1. I'm going to go to 2, bend up. Guarantee this is the first thing he's doing. Maybe not on the B string. Maybe he's doing it on the high string, depending. But I already know what it is. It's a nice tone. Right? 2, 3. I kind of like that. He repeats the phrase. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. You hear that note that he's bending up to? What is the chord at that moment? This is why you always have to know the chord progression. B flat, right here. Bum, bum. What is this? So you hear that melody? Ba-da-dum. Same melody, same shape as the first one, but what note is he targeting? The chord is G, minor, right? We already know that. 4, 2. If this is the root of the chord, bum. What note is he bending up to? Bum. That's the root. He's bending up to the root of the chord, bending up to G. So how would I do that? Here's a G. He's probably going here and bending up to it. Right? Got to get used to the 11 gauge bends. I could also maybe do it easier on the B string. Nice. What's the chord of this moment? Probably F, 1 chord. They're playing an inversion. What's he bending to? A. Why would he do that? It's the 3rd of the chord. He's also dropping down. Bum, bum. Hear the note that he's dropping down to? It's not a random note. It's the 5 of the chord. And how do I know that this is 5? Because I'm visualizing F major right there. That's 1, 2, 3. And I see 5 right there because it's inside of the small chord shape. 3, 5, 1. Right? I'm using the small chord shapes that we're talking about in the building chord series to highlight where these notes are. That's the 4 of F. I already know what that is. So that's maybe, if this is 3, I can go bend up to 4, like that. Why would he land on this note? Why would he be playing those two notes? Because what's the chord of this moment? C, 5 chord. Notice how I'm always trying to keep in mind the chord progression. And he's playing that. Or like that. Why would he be playing these two notes, G and C? Because the chord of this moment is C. What are these two notes of C? 5 and 1. So, noticing his play style, what you want to take home from this, very simple. Nothing really crazy like wild note choices, but what he's doing is he's strategically, whether by his brain or by his ear, he is playing the chords that are happening underneath him. He's not running scale figures. He's not running licks. He's taking into account the chord that's happening at that moment and creating melodies and ideas that lock in with the chord. So if you're wondering why it sounds maybe not, maybe it sounds more melodic or less like guitar noodly, is because guitar noodly solos tend to not pay attention to the chord progression. So most people, because most guitar players don't know what they're doing, they don't think about the chord progression, they just play a scale. Most people would solo F major pentatonic, the pentatonic of the key, or D minor pentatonic of the key, the entire time over this. And you kind of can, because the progression kind of allows for that, but that is not what this person is doing. This person is not just running a scale. They're strategically choosing notes based on the progression. So even though the progression is very simple, and you can kind of get away with just running the pentatonic of the key, autopiloting as I call it, he's choosing to not do that. He's actually playing specific notes that lock in with the chords. That's why this has a more melodic and more like memorable, colorful style. Let's see what else he does. That's kind of playing this D a lot, right? Almost feels like a little F major pentatonic, but he's playing D a lot. Why would he do that? It's the 3rd of the B flat. It's also the 5th of the G minor, right? They overlap a lot of notes. It sounded like that, I think. My amp, this cable sucks. Is it? No, I think it's this. That's kind of cool. Little stacked 4th figure out of it. G, C, F. Why would you be playing C and F at that moment? Because it's an F chord. Bum, 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 bum. Walking up, I'm pretty sure that's the phrase. Ba-da-da-da. Oh, I hear it now. There we go. I thought it was this. F, C, F. A literal F power chord because we're moving to an F chord. That's what? 5 bass F major. 1, 5, 2, 5, 3. That's like what's called a pedal tone, where you constantly come back to a single note. I'm sure you've all heard that stuff before. That's kind of what that is. Right? Maybe. Hits the 2 of G minor. Notice how he's landing on G right there? He would do that because the chord is G minor. So the overall sound that I'm hearing here is simple, but he's making definitive choices based on the chords that are happening. So you can see the value of doing that. Even though the chord progression is simple and you don't have to do that, when you do that, it just gives you this interesting color, right? That's why I always say, like, it's so important for you to play a note and know exactly what that note is over the chord, because then you can make choices like this and it'll sound colorful. It's not just like mindlessly running a scale over the tune. Even though you could do that, that's not really what he's doing. Kind of a cool move. He's also repeating a lot of material, which is cool too. You know, repeating things is not a bad thing, right? It solidifies the melody in the listener's mind. It's nice to hear repeating things. Why would he again land on G? Because what's the chord at that moment? C, right? If he landed on G during like F major, it sounds good, but over C it's perfect. Because it's the fifth of the chord. You hear that? Notice what he's doing. F, B flat, jumping right to a B flat. That's not an F pentatonic. What is he doing? He's playing the root of the chord at the moment, which is B flat. He's actually making choices based on the chord. He has a lot of these figures too. He plays a note, jumps down to a chord tone, and then walks up and then keeps coming back to that same note, like the pedal tone. Right? Stuff like that. That's a cool little figure. That's maybe something you can extract from the solo and put in your own playing. Pretty cool. Yeah. Check this out. See that figure? Make sure you can see my hand again. What does this look like? It looks like the same figure that the Chris Ingram sold. Remember he did this? He was doing this like that little thing. Look at this. 5 bass chord, 4, 3, 1, 5. We literally just heard that, just in a different key. I actually have a corny licks that I call the 4-3-1 triangle. It's based on this. It's a little suspended 4, 3, 1, 5. Yes, same lick. So 2 different songs submitted by 2 completely different people have the same lick in it, right? That's why you want to learn stuff by ear, because this is how you gather these ideas and you can catch them immediately. Like the moment I heard that, I knew what it was already. So targeting some more chords. Little fast lick. Let me hear it again. Yeah. So how did I choose to go right here? Because I heard this note on top, and that's F, the root of the key, and it sounded pentatonic. 5, 6, 1. Walking down, but watch what he does. Plays B flat on the bottom. So it's like B flat major pentatonic right there, which makes sense because what's the chord? B flat. Let's see what he does. Something like that. Repeating the same thing because he can, because the 2 chords right now are 4 and 2. They're relative major and minor. They have the same pentatonic. This exact lick works over both of them. He might just be messing around with some of the notes. I'll play this part again. Little like slide vibrato as well. Notice also repeating a lot. You see the variation on the 4th repetition? Extremely common. You do something, repeat it a bunch, add variations as you continue the repetition so it doesn't get boring. There's a state where repeating is good, but if you repeat verbatim too much, it gets boring. So little modifications like this, that's a little modification of the melody. Instead of going, do this, there's a million things you do, right? Just do something different for that. All right. Let me hear, let's do it one more time. Yeah, okay. Remember our lick? We did this over B flat and G minor. What's the chord now? F. That's the next chord, repeating the progression. The lick changes. You have to really be paying attention to catch this change, because look at where the change is, the modification. Normal lick, we end on B flat. and jump up. Do that twice for the B flat major and the G minor because you can. But the next one is this. That bottom note changes. Why? The chord has changed to F major. If he were to end on B flat is not a chord tone of F, it's the 4 of F. So it might sound like this, like it might not play into F. So he's changing the last note to A, a note that is in the F chord. So this is very B flat friendly. This is very F friendly, right? It's a tiny touch, but he's obviously paying attention because people who weren't paying attention, they wouldn't make that tiny little move. But because he is paying attention to the chord, he can tell, this note is good for these two, but when I go to F, it needs to be here. And he's actually doing that. So yeah, paying attention to the chord tones. Kind of does the same stuff too. Yeah, same top melodies, but just changing that last one. There's that same thing. Right, so that's a theme going on here. That like pedal tone, changing the notes on top but keeping the low note. Yeah, there's normal stuff. A little bend. Where was that fretted out note? Here? Yeah, that's the one. I gotta remember. Little that's like a F major chord 5 1 5, like a little power chord. Hear that note? Why would he bend up to G? The chord at that moment is C. It's the 5th of the chord. Look at that way. That's a pretty cool figure. Doubling, I would probably play it like that. So double the top. Little economy pick. I like that figure. I'm gonna practice that. Excuse me. So notice what I'm doing. I got the figure that he just played. Now I'm evolving the figure for my own sensibility. That's a pattern. Pick, hammer, pull off, next string, double the top note, come down the chord. Right? Maybe that. It's kind of cool, like it's suspended. I'm kind of playing it wrong. So that's what I would do if I notice a cool pattern, which I grabbed from his solo, and I do it to a bunch of different chords. And again, his was like that. Notice how he's doing it through both the B flat and the D minor. By the way, what is this figure actually? Let's talk about that. That's what? B flat major. There's our little 3 bass chord. 7 1 7 5 7 7 5 3. Feels like you're playing D minor on top of B flat. Because what happens when you do that? If you have a major chord and you go up 2 whole steps, play minor on top of the original major chord, you get that major chord's major 7. D minor with B flat in the bass will yield a B flat major 7 all the time. And you can keep doing that over G as well. Let's see. Whoops, that was the wrong space bar. Hopefully I didn't turn off anything. Let's see what else we got. Notice he changes the note. Originally, next lick. See, the bottom note has changed. Why? Because we've moved to an F chord. Guess what the bottom note is of this lick? C, the 5th of F, and the root of the next chord too. So, kind of an awkward fingering. You could also do like, let's see, instead of that, I don't like that finger. I would definitely do that for sure. And then for the final C chord, we have maybe, right? Variation, notice, a lot of repeating, but as you get to the final repetition, you change, modify, so it sounds fresh. Repeats. Let me try harmony. So he's going, I would go, let's try it. I don't know if the timing's going to be on with the recording, but let's try it. Let's see. What do I do for it? Maybe that. Ah, the B flat. I'll do that. You could definitely do some easy harmonies with that. A little bend. And he probably ends on F, I would imagine. Yep, exactly. Exactly where I thought he would end. Yeah. And the tune finishes. Yeah, so that's a nice structure. You know, I think a lot of the hallmark of the things to take away from that tune is the use of themes, repeating material, which there's quite a bit of repeating material. We have this stuff, like that kind of thing is happening a lot. Bending to chord tones, targeting chord tones, of course. I think he's got a couple little like flourishes, repeating material that's pretty cool. So that's what I would gather from this for sure. Number one, chord tones. A very simple progression, but targeting chord tones. And you can use the small chord voicings. If you're practicing this tune and you wanted to solo over it, the first thing I would do is play the small chord shapes. B flat, 4 chord, right? And make sure you can see, yep. B flat, 4 chord. G minor, 2 chord. By the way, notice how I can easily switch between those because I know the relative major and minor. 4 chord, take the 5, make it 6. You're now playing the relative minor, the 2 chord. B flat major, G minor. B flat major, G minor. B flat major, G minor. It's that easy. It's going to be a part of a video I'm going to do this week. So we've got that. F, 1 chord. C, 5 chord, or there. So now you've just mapped out where all the strong chord tones are. So you play around this. Right? Right? So even though there's no backing track, you can still hear the chords happening behind because I am only thinking about B flat, G minor, right? F, C. And I'm choosing notes based on that, targeting those notes, all that. So yeah, thinking about the chord shapes, knowing the progression behind you is the way to achieve that sound. And it's the way to just have control over your playing. So yeah, very cool. Nice. I like those selections. There's some simple stuff in those, but sounds pretty good. So very nice. All right, let me look at the chat. Ramananda, heart, 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 smiley face, praise hands, praise hands, praise hands. Nice, so cool. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. David, Roy. Hello, Roy. Hello and goodbye. Looks like you popped in. But yeah, you're in Japan, I'm pretty sure. So yes, it's probably not 1:38 p.m. there like it is here. David Howell, I am quick, nice insights and very useful tips. Many thanks. Yeah, no problem. Quick as in, quick as in hearing, like learning the parts. And the reason, if that's what you're talking about, like hearing the notes and being able to put them on the fretboard, it's because I've heard a lot of these sounds before and I've learned music by ear for a long time. So you just build your database of these sounds. It's not too difficult. Michael, what's happening? How are you? Hope things are well. Nice. So yeah, let me know if you guys have any other questions. I've got some other questions to answer from a patron, so I'm going to pull those up. But if you guys have any comments about anything, let me know. Let me pull up this stuff. Here we are. Cool. Got these questions going on. Actually, Michael, if you're Still in here. Where are you located, Michael? Actually, I wasn't sure. Let me know if you can. Just curious. California, the Bay Area, very nice. From New York originally. So in California, it is 12, 11, 10:40, I think, for you. 11, 12, 1. Yeah, I think 10:40 should be at. Oh yeah, let me take these headphones off. I don't need them anymore. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I have a few students that I teach or have taught online that live in California, for sure. .41 in AK. That's, oh, in Alaska. I was about to say Arkansas. I'm like, that makes no sense, but Alaska makes a lot more sense. Nice, Alaska. How do you like Alaska? Is that why your name is hypothermic? Because it's cold there or something? I will tell you right now, the climate in Alaska is about as polar opposite as it is where I am, I'm sure, in the middle of Florida. In the middle of Florida, it's a disaster of heat. So okay, while you guys have any questions, I'm gonna pull up some questions from a patron. This is Corin. He always has interesting stuff, so I'm going to talk about some of these things, answer his questions as best as possible, and then I'll pop back into the chat, see if you guys have anything going on. So question number 1 from Corin is, he says, when I am singing over chords, do I ever sing the middle voice while still playing the top voices on guitar? Do I find it more challenging than singing the upper melody or humming the bass line? He's saying sometimes he has to remind himself that the melody doesn't have to always stay on top, and you can put the melody in various areas. Doesn't always have to be the high note. So I'll just kind of demonstrate what he's talking about. So if I play, for example, D major 7, right? If I want to sing a note, most of the time, if people were to choose a melody note based off this chord, the vast majority of the time people gravitate towards the highest note of the chord, because that is the note that stands out to the ear the easiest. So most people maybe would say, they'll go bum, bum, because that's the top note, right? He's saying singing one of the middle notes, a note that's not on top. So maybe bum, bum, or maybe bum, or bum. That's just the same note as the top, down an octave, that sort of thing. And that's very common. I would say most of the time that's actually kind of what's happening in tunes. People aren't always necessarily singing the top note of the chord. If you're playing a chord melody on your guitar and you're not singing, you're just playing like melody, right, just on guitar. it's a little bit more difficult to place the melody in the middle of the chord just because naturally the higher note is going to stand out more. But you can still do it. You just have to experiment. Most of the time, people will organize their chord melodies with the top note being the melody. And if the high note or the melody note is a lower note in register, they will revoice the chord so that that note is now the top. So, for example, if I'm playing a chord melody and I'm playing D major 7, but my melody note needs to be like, if that's what I want to play for my melody, I would, for the first two notes, I wouldn't play the chord with this note on top because I want to hear these two. So that should go like that. So I'm still playing the chord, leaving out the top note so that I can hear this on top. And then if I want this note, I could just pick it. But I actually might go like that. So I'm revoicing the chord, so now this note is now the top. So each time I'm actually revoicing the shape to keep that top note the melody. Like that's me now playing different chords. D major, E minor, D major, or even, I don't know, what's gonna do? So now I'm just changing chords, keeping that melody on top though. Kind of cool. Ooh, I like that. That's cool. It's often how I'll write. I'll just have a melody, start playing different chords on top. Maybe. That's pretty typical. Maybe change this. What do I play now? So maybe kind of cool. Just mess around. That's honestly how I would probably approach that, and that's. I'm keeping the melody on the top every time right there because I want to hear how that note interacts with the chords. But with a vocal melody, it doesn't matter because the vocal melody is going to take it's going to take priority for the listener's ear because you're naturally going to hear the vocal over a guitar part. So you could sing other notes. Like I'm playing these little chords. I'll go back to kind of that. The melody that's on top is but my vocal melody could be I'll sing a totally different note. I'm going right, fifth of the chord, third of the chord. I could do that too. Sometimes that will yield different melodies that are kind of cooler, depends. So I would also just, cycle through. And it's just as easy to do. You just, instead of singing this note, the top note, instead of doing that, you sing one of the middle notes. That's it. So I play the chord. That's this like a 1, 3, 5, 1 bass chord, by the way, with 2 on top. That's verbatim the same as this. A chord shape we talked about just on the A string. And I'm just choosing to sing the 5, this note. Bum. And I'm just following it with where the chords would go. Bum, bum, bum. Right? Maybe that. Already pretty cool. Change the chord just for fun. How about this? I'm playing, earlier I played B minor, that's the more normal choice. I'm playing B major. Why not? Because it still works with my melody. I'm just tossing in there for fun. I chose this chord because this is F sharp minor. I know it's mostly going to work with the melody I was doing before, right? So I'm definitely singing middle notes right there. Just experimenting. I do it all the time. It's something that everyone should be doing. It's such a fun way to come up with stuff. So yeah, feel free to do that. So that's his first question. I'll hang out for a second and see what else we got. Hypothermic. Alaska's great. Winters are a bit intense at times, but it's a dry cold, so not as bad as the lower 48s winters. Yeah, I mean, I hate the cold. I will say that. So when it's like 40 degrees, I'm like in hell. So I'm sure it gets a lot colder than 40 degrees up there. But Michael, question. When do I know that I am pro? Is that a thing? Have you recently had a knowledge gap you needed to overcome for a gig? Oh yeah. How long does that take? Do you have gig videos? Okay. So, how do you know when you're pro? I think the hallmark of a pro player is someone who is gigging, like you're going through the process of actually getting in your car, taking your gear, going to a show, playing it, and getting paid. I think that is a kind of a hallmark. But there's plenty of pro level players that don't do it for a living. So if you want to look at it from that perspective, I would say the hallmark of a pro player is someone that can adapt to a variety of situations, that sounds good with what they're trying to do. So sounding good, like, doesn't mean like, whoa, crazy. It just means like you're doing something, you're going for a sound and you're accomplishing that sound. So if you're like playing blues and you want to be a professional blues player, you could easily do this like just simple, right? And just do simple stuff like that. Like that is easily considered like a pro level type thing. I'm just playing the idioms of the genre, right? Very simple. I'm not like going crazy, but it does depend on the type of gig you're going for. So the pro level players that I always meet are usually people that can adapt to maybe not every genre, but they can adapt to genres. They know what to play to achieve the sound of that world. They know what to play country. They know what to play R&B or funk or a little bit of jazz or blues or rock. They know the specific characteristics of the genre. They have the play style that can adapt to those genres. They have the tone that can adapt to those genres. That's a really important thing, knowing what the tone is, how to achieve those tones. It's someone that basically can adapt and really understands the detail of achieving these specific sounds. And then the obvious things like not screwing up all the time, having good time, like, locking in with the drummer, knowing when to play what, knowing when to not overplay, knowing when to overplay, knowing what to play at certain moments. And all of that really comes from experience. It comes from playing with people and really having your ear open to what's appropriate in the moment. And a lot of that just naturally comes by gigging, and by playing and all that stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I think you don't have to gig, but to achieve those things that makes a pro level player, a lot of those things are easily achievable by gigging because you kind of figure them out while you're playing shows. Because playing out is a different thing than sitting in your room and playing. It is just different. You're on stage, you're loud as hell, you're in front of people who are staring at you. You're not just playing by yourself, you're playing with other people who are relying on you to do your job appropriately. It's a different thing. That's why, I always recommend like playing out, no matter what level you're at, no matter what you want to do with guitar, doing something in front of a crowd is very important for your development because it's a different mentality that you have to be in. It's not like, it's a little bit more stressful. It's not as casual. You have to really think about what you're doing. You can't just wing it and expect it to sound great, even though it sounds good in your bedroom. Like you have to really pay attention to what you're doing in those environments. So not saying you have to do that as a job, but having that experience is important. Have I recently had a knowledge gap that I've needed to overcome for a gig? How long does that take? So I played a strictly jazz gig years ago, and I can play chords and I can do that stuff. The soloing, I was playing over chord changes, and I can do that, but I wanted to get a couple more like hard jazzy flavors in my playing, so I chose to really nail this concept called tritone substitution. So that's basically, if you're playing a dominant chord, let's say I'm going to D major 7 and I play its 5 chord, which is A7, right? Tritone substitution, instead of playing A7, you go to its tritone, which is E flat, and you play E flat 7, right? It's a very extremely common sound. I've been doing it throughout the stream. It's a specific type of dominant. It's dominant with sharp 4, and there's all sorts of other things you can do on top of it. I'm not going to get into it. But that was a sound that I always knew, that I liked, but I wasn't really good at it because I never really sat down and really practiced it. So in the month leading up to this string of jazz gigs I played, I think I played 10 of them at this venue down here. I really practiced that concept because I wanted to have that concept in my hands so I could throw it out when I wanted to. So just to give you an example of what that sound would be, let's say if I'm playing 2-5-1, right? Like 2 chord, and I'm moving to 5, da-da-da-da, 1, like that. You would think instead of E flat minor, instead of going A7, right, or any other like type of A7, I would go to E flat 7. So it almost feels like you're moving to D, but you play the chord up a half step first. So I would practice licks like E minor, very simple E minor stuff. And then I would say, how am I going to get into E flat dominant? Not A dominant. I know that's the actual chord. I don't want to do that. I want to do E flat dominant. So that's what I would practice. So I would say E flat or E minor, and then I would go like, and resolve to D. So that's the sound I really practiced, and I just worked on it over and over again, looked for ways to navigate into the sound. A lot of it is, I use small chord shapes, to be honest. I use, like if I'm playing the 2 chord, 1 bass, this tritone sub is back a fret major, 1 bass, and I would play dominant with sharp 4 as well, giving me like those sorts of sounds, and then I would resolve to D major, and that takes me through the 2-5-1. And then I would make my own backing tracks. I would play over normal backing tracks that had these moves in it so I could use the sound. And I just memorized a bunch of simple ways like I could travel. Right, something like that. Like that's that's me moving through E flat, right? And I would try different positions. This is E minor, right? E flat. That's the tritone right there. And I would try to do this in, what was I going to say? I would do this in different time signatures. So 16th note, but I would also do it in groups of 3 to make sure the timing is good. So I probably spent a good like 3 weeks on that sound, on just that sound, like really hammering it in. And I didn't become a master at it, but I got comfortable enough to the point where the sound was now in my ears, it was now in my hands, and it was easier for me to push forward with that sound. Some of the hardest things is when you're practicing a concept is getting to the point where it comes out naturally. Not necessarily getting to the point where you're a master at it, you're just going wild. It's just training your ears to hear that as an option, as opposed to forcing the option in. When you hear it, it's so much easier to get into. So that just takes time. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to hear it as an option. So if I'm playing E minor, right, I wanted to hear like ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Like I wanted to hear that. Ba-da-da-dum. Sang it not greatly, but I wanted to hear that sound. And by forcing myself to do it over and over again, it got to the point where I was hearing it naturally. Or I'm playing like E minor as a chord, and I'll go like, right, that's me doing the same thing, E flat, resolving to D. And I try to like find moves that I thought were cool, you know, whatever the shapes were, but E minor, that's a kind of a figure that's cool. A little bit more complex, but I'm trying to fit it into my playing. So I'd actually practice that like a stock lick. I haven't played that one in a bit, but it's a cool one, right? E minor, 2, E flat, tritone 7, resolving to D, right? So I would try to like find cool sounds that fit into what I was already playing and messing around with them. So yeah, that's what I did. Do I have any gig videos? Not sure I do. I'm sure they're on the internet somewhere. A lot of people these days film themselves while they play. I don't know. I think it's a little, I don't know. I focus more on the gig. Maybe I'll do one of these days. I don't know. When people do it, I'm not a super huge fan of that, but yeah. Right now, I have one this month and I have another one next month. I'm not gigging super often right now because I honestly just kind of don't want to. Like, I play with one particular group because I really like the group. I really like the band leader. She's really good. She's just a good person. She's a good band leader. She's a good drummer. And then the rest of the band is also good as well. So I have a lot of gig offers and I usually just turn them down because gigging is fun. It's a lot of work because you learning the songs, even though it's easy to learn them in the moment, memorizing them, it takes a lot of practice, and I just have other things that I'm putting my time into. So, yeah, I obviously I like playing. It's fun. That's what I did for a long time. That was like my main, financial situation was gigging and playing, and over time it gets draining. That's for sure. Yes, let's see. Shell chords, hypothermic. Yeah, I mean if you want to call it that, I just call them chords or small chords, like pieces. That's the best way to play them. The best way to visualize because it gives you all the options around the fretboard. So. Michael, living in the moment, very underrated. Yes. Yeah, that's yeah, like I have learned that gigging is cool. It's fun. It's fun to play, but there are many situations where it's a frustrating, like stressful experience. And so that's why if I do gig, it's only in an environment where I know it's going to be fun. I know it's going to be low stress because the people involved are low stress. I've played gigs that are high stress gigs, not in a good way, because the people I'm playing for are like pieces of shit, and I will avoid those like the plague. Like, I don't want to deal with that. Like, it just, not because it's hard or it's annoying, but it makes me dislike playing when I have to deal with people like that. So I know who those people are, and I turn down every gig that they offer me on purpose because, yeah, I don't want to do that. I played a gig that I really liked was a theater show, and I did one last summer, and they're fun to do. But man, there's one theater that I played with that for years. I mean, I played, I think, in total like 16 different theater shows throughout my, early college into late into my 20s. I played a ton of them. Like, I've probably done, as far as hundreds of those shows where I'm in the pit, reading, score, playing, and all that. And they're fun, but I'll tell you what, sitting in that pit of musicians, and I'm in the pit, there's probably like anywhere between 12 and 20 people, horn section, keyboard players, all that stuff. A lot of times, definitely when I first started playing, I was the youngest person there. I was probably like 23, 24 or whatever. Everyone else was a lot older, like in their late 30s, 40s, 50s. Not a problem. I don't care. It's fine. But one thing I noticed is me being down there, I'm like pumped. I'm excited. Like, I'm excited about cool moments of the show. I'm excited about like, oh, cool chord progression. If I get to play a lick, I'm like, oh, here it comes. Like, I'm pumped about it. And some of the other people, they're kind of like that. But most of the people, I could tell, were over it. They're doing it because it pays their bills. And some people were like, not only were they just doing it to pay their bills, it seemed like they didn't want to be there at all. And they had to be there because that was their financial situation. And I mean, after one show, I heard some of the trumpet players getting into an argument about who played the wrong note during this moment. Like a yelling argument. These are adults that are yelling at each other, like arguing after the show about who played the wrong note. And when that happened, I was like, I want to get as far away from these fucking people as possible, because I do not want that to seep in to me. I don't want to be the old dude that's jaded and is just playing for a living, because that sounds like a nightmare. Or is just playing just to make money, I guess. That sounds like a nightmare. So like if I come across those types of situations where I'm playing with people who are like tired and like they don't really care and they're only doing it because they know they're getting paid, I'm backing out of that, because I don't want that to seep into what I'm doing. Like, I like being pumped about music, and the worst thing that can happen is you start to not be excited about it, because then that will kill your progress, that will kill your desire to keep going, to keep being creative, and I don't want that to happen. And being around those people is one of the worst things for that mentality, because it's just like you're just swimming in all this negativity, and I absolutely hated it. So that's one of the reasons why I don't really like doing that gig. And there's a lot of other gigs I play with people, same thing. It's just like they're there, they're tired, they don't care, they're like not excited, they're just going through the motions, and I don't want to do that. The people who I play with now are still pumped. Like, you can tell they still get pumped over moments in the music. You can see it on stage, they're having a great time. Like, I want to play with those people. I used to play a gig. It was the House of Blues Gospel Brunch at the House of Blues, Orlando, Florida, in Disney Springs. And I played that every weekend. It was basically just like a gospel show. And the keyboard player, who was the main keyboard player, one of the most fun dudes to play with. Like, this guy's been playing his whole life. Probably in his 40s. Every show, I'm not exaggerating, he's playing parts like jumping up and down in the air. He's like, yeah, like, that's the person I want to play with. Someone who has been playing the same stuff for years, and he's still pumped. He's still getting super excited about this chord progression. Still gives, like, he'll play a cool chord and give everyone a look. Like, that's who I want to play with. I want to play with someone who's pumped, because then that makes me pumped. It gets me excited. It gets me pumped to practice. Like, if he did something cool during a show, I would walk over and be like, dude, what was that? And he'd be like, oh, check it out. And he would get so pumped just describing what he was doing. That's the kind of people I want to play with. People who are tired and jaded and just doing it for a living, I don't care how good they are. You could be the greatest player of all time, but if you're sitting there like playing amazingly, but you don't give a shit, I don't want to be around that, honestly. Maybe I'll ask him for some tips, but I'm backing away from that, because if anything is not, there's no like that natural energy of being pumped about music. I want to stay as far away from that as possible. And unfortunately, a lot of the gigs that are around are filled with people like that, because that's what they do. And if you gig like that your whole life, it chips away at a lot of people to the point where they're only running through the motions. Like I said, I don't want to do that. So yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I really don't like playing, because I want to stay pumped about it. So yeah. Let me see if Corin has some more questions. I answered one of his questions. He's got 3 more. His next question is there a point in trying really hard to learn a piece of music very close to perfection? Do I think there is a residual ability that comes from practicing something very intensely, which stays with you even after you forget the actual piece? Or perhaps even when one takes a break from guitar for a while and then tries to get back into shape? So let's talk about that. Great question. Is there a point in trying really hard to learn a piece of music very close to perfection? It is extremely important to do anything that you're doing to perfection as close as possible. But there's 2 types of perfection, maybe multiple types of perfection. The first type of perfection is playing it exactly like the record. So let's say if you're learning, like, I don't know, Another Brick in the Wall, like right? All that stuff, right? That's a classic solo. Let's say learning that to perfection, meaning not only you're getting the notes right, but you're getting the tone right, you're getting the articulation right, the width of the vibrato. Like, if he does a vibrato on a note, like, are you doing this or is it this, right? How long the bend is being held, where the bend is actually being bent. Like, is it immediately or is it a little slower? All of that stuff, right? Locking in the solo to perfection like that, making it sound exactly like the tune is so valuable, because what it trains you to do is think about the tiny details that can sometimes be overlooked. In the early stages, when we learn music by ear, most of the time what people are really thinking about is the notes, right? What the notes are, and the timing, right? Like playing it in time, playing the right notes, and as long as you're locking in with the solo, it sounds good. But that's not sounding perfect, because to make it sound perfect, all of the other details need to happen, especially the articulation. So for example, if you're doing that solo, right? And you do this, that's actually not correct. Because what did I think this is not correct. I did slid up here and then whole step bend. I'm pretty sure it's all on one string. Like that. Because I'm pretty sure you can hear like a seamless slide. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But playing it like that is actually not exactly what it is, right? So noticing little details like that, or a more exaggerated choice would be like if I did like, right? That's the same notes. But notice I'm not doing the articulation at all correctly right there. I'm not bending at all. I'm sliding and all that stuff. Even though I am playing the right notes, I'm not playing the right articulation. That I think is very important to catch, because the proper articulation, bending, sliding, hammer-ons, picking hard, picking soft, playing notes short, holding the notes long, all of that stuff is actually what makes the parts sound exactly like the tune. The notes and the rhythms are just one thing. It's all of the other things that make it sound exact. And so if you really strive for perfection, you have to focus on all of those things. And if you focus on all of those things, all that means is your ear is getting even more tuned to these tiny details, which will make you better as a player, because you're going to notice the details in your own playing. You'll notice, oh, that bend was a little out of tune. Or that slide, I could have made it, I think I wanted it a little faster. I played a little too slow. Or my vibrato's too wild. It's too like fast or wide, like this kind of thing. You may say, I want it slower and more delicate. Like that. Going through tunes and making sure your articulation is matching the tune will train you to hear those details. So it's super important to do that. That's the first kind of perfection, meaning you're trying to match the exact song. The other kind of perfection is trying to play it in the way that you want to perfection. So often if I'm learning a solo, I'll be aware of how the player is playing it, but I'll play it how I want to play it. I know it's not exactly like the song. I don't really care though. I want to play it how I play it, but what I will do is I'll make sure that I am playing it the way I want it to sound to perfection. So if I want to do another brick in the wall, and I want to do that as a slide, not a bend, he's bending that. If I'm choosing to do that as a slide, I want to make sure that that slide, even though it's not like the song, it's how I want to do it. I want to make sure that slide is sounding exactly how I want. I want to make sure I'm doing it exactly rhythmically. Am I going bum fast, or am I going bum a little slower? Ba-dum versus bum. Do I want to do vibrato when I get there? What kind of vibrato? Do I want to do a heavy vibrato? Do I want to do a little lighter? Do I want to rake into the note like that? Again, this is all articulation, attention to detail, making sure the tuning is good, making sure the timing is good, all of that stuff. So whether you're trying to play the exact parts perfect like the record, or you're trying to play your interpretation perfectly, always striving for perfection is the best thing you can do. In reality, the best way to strive for perfection is record yourself, preferably in an actual piece of software, a DAW, a digital audio workstation, because then you can listen back and very specifically notice your flaws. I rushed here. That note was buzzed. That note was bent slightly out of tune. I was early right here. I was dragging right here. And you can really hear it when you're listening back in actual recording software. That's why I always recommend everyone to record yourself because it's the best way to hear actually what you sound like from a third person perspective, because you're not playing, you're listening to yourself with no distractions. You can hear every tiny little detail. Recording, very important, and that's the best way to really train you to strive for perfection. So great question. I like that question. Let's see. Michael, super important insights. Thank you. No problem. Glad it's valuable. I'm going to go right to another question from Corin. How long are we on this stream? I don't know. Well, let's see. 11, 12, 1, 2. Oh, okay. 3 hour. Not bad. I like it. I'll wrap it up here pretty soon. Don't want this to go too long. Let's see. So Corin, his third question, he said, I say in one of my videos that chord books are pretty much useless. So like chord diagram books and stuff. One needs to learn to build chords. This is correct. He says, agreed, but do you think that after one is comfortable building chords, it could actually be useful to pick up one of those chord voicing books and pick chords apart, see how they're built, and perhaps learn some new voicings, chord sequences that are put together by some other learned mind who came to them from a different angle? Of course, for sure. Chord books, using them is not the problem. You can use chord books in whatever way you want. It's learning chords from chord books is the problem. You don't want to learn chords by opening up a book and finding the chord. No. You want to be able to build anything you want. And then you can use a chord diagram book as a reference to kind of give yourself some creative spark. That's totally cool, obviously. You just don't want to learn from them. You can use them as a, like a fun way to look at things from a different angle, like he's saying. But you definitely want to be able to build these. And in reality, if you're building the chords, you can basically come up with like any voicing you want just by forcing yourself to look for limitations, essentially. Because there are only so many things you can do on the guitar. So I'll give you an example. Let's say I want to play A major 7. Okay. Maybe I'll do dominant 7, just because I've been talking about major 7 a lot. I'll do dominant. So there's A. First thing, the first criteria that I'm going to force myself to stick to as I'm building these chords is what finger is going to be playing that root. I could have the root being played with my pointer finger. I could have the root being played with my middle finger, which will yield different choices. I could have the root being played with my ring, again, yielding slightly different choices, or my pinky. Every single finger that I choose to land on is going to, just by pure physicality, force me to play certain notes in certain location on the fretboard, just purely where my finger is, right? So that's one criteria you can force yourself. You can say, I always play A7 with my pointer finger on the root. I'm going to force myself to find A7 with my pinky on the root, or my ring finger on the root. What would happen there, right? That's really valuable. Let's try it. I'm going to start with pointer finger, very easy. So I know my pointer finger is playing the root. I just want to play A7. So what are the notes inside A7? A's 1, 3, 5, flat 7, right? What would that be? A, C sharp, 1, 3, E is 5, G is flat 7. Okay, so those are my notes. All I need to do now is just look on each string and see where those notes are available. I'm playing A on the E string. What notes are on the A string? I already have an A, I need a C sharp, an E, or a G. So I can see a C sharp right here, but that note is not available because I'm choosing to play the root with my pointer finger. I can't sprout another finger, outside of my hand, or I can use my thumb or something maybe. But that C sharp is not really available. So I know it's there, but I'm not going to play it. How about E? Is that available? For sure, it's right there. Good. How about G? Is that available? Yep, it's right here. Not the most feasible choice, but it's there. I can play it. But maybe I'll stick to, I don't know, maybe I'll actually use the G, see what I can do here. See if we can find something possible. So I'm going to play 1 flat 7, right? Kind of cool. It's like where the flat 7 would be if you're doing a shuffle. Right? That's flat 7, 1 flat 7. Next string, what do I see available? I've got a root right here, A. I got a 3 here, C sharp. There's another G. And E is way over here, not possible, or not possible. So I could play A, G, A, right? That's kind of a cool sound. It's not really the full dominant, but it's cool. And if I find this, I would immediately try to find another fingering for this. A, G, A, G. No, Notice I changed by simply changing the ring finger, or changing the root finger, was pointer, now it's ring. I have another fingering for the same thing, right? The C sharp is here. Can I play that? Yes, but it's getting very stupid. So I don't know how viable this will be. If I was in drop D, this would be much more viable because that A would now be here. That's a totally viable chord if I was in drop D. Something to think about, okay? Right? I could play A, G, G, double the G. Maybe like a hammering onto the root right there, okay? So far, this is fine. Might be a little bit of a unrealistic way to play the chord. So I'll do the only other choice that we have, which is A to E, right? That's why this normal dominant seventh chord, this normal bar chord, usually starts with 1 and 5, because that's what is available when you start with the pointer finger down here. 1, 5. D string, I already know what the notes. I have a 1 right here. 1, 5, 1. Flat 7 is right there, chord tone. 1, 5, flat 7. That third is here again. Again, if I was in drop D, it'd be a lot easier because it'd be this. 1, 5, 3. But I'm not in drop D, so it'll be like this. Okay? Possible, but maybe I'll go with the flat 7 right here, right? So I've got 1, 5, flat 7. That's comfortable in this spot. How about on the G string? I have a 5 right here. I've got a 3, C sharp. I've got an A, but that's out of position. And I've got a G way the hell up there. You see what's happening? Like, if you know the notes, there are only so many choices. So naturally, what's the choice? That, the normal dominant, 1, 5, flat 7, 3. I could go 1, 5, 1, 5, flat 7, 5 again. Might be kind of cool. Maybe I can find the 3 somewhere else. Might be kind of an interesting strategy. Okay, how about the B string? What do we have available? I've got 4 notes to choose from. 1, 3, 5, or flat 7. Right here, I see the 5. I see flat 7. A, the root is right there. The third is there or there. So the third's not viable. It's too far away. So maybe I can play 1, 5, flat 7, 3, 5. 1, 5, flat 7. I was playing 5 earlier. Maybe 1. Is that even possible? Yep. Sort of. This is like a 2 guitar chord. It's possible. Still no third, so kind of defeats the purpose. But I can start to reorganize my fingers. I can say, I have 5, flat 7, 3. Maybe I could reach up here and play the 1. I got a 1 right there. I don't need that 1 down here, so I'm getting kind of an interesting shape. Kind of, again, not feasible, especially because I could play it just by playing the root right there. So you see the process. A lot of these chords are unreasonable, but I'm going through every possibility that I can think of to build a normal dominant 7th chord. I know the notes are available. I know where those notes are, and I'm just tossing them in, seeing what's possible. So far, this one is the clear choice. I also have flat 7 right here. Instead of playing 5, play flat 7, so I can do this. 1, 5, 3, flat 7. It's kind of cool. I don't need to bar the D string because I can play that note here. Bar gets a root on top. If I'm playing a root on top, I don't need that root. I can do this. That's a 5 bass dominant. 5, 3, flat 7, 1. Right? What else can I do? 5, 3, 1. Do I have a flat 7 anywhere? There's a flat 7 there. There. If I change just naturally how I would change my fingers. 5, 3, flat 7, 1. I could easily just do this. Right? So you see the process. When the chord is such a definitive sound, you only have so many choices. Right? Now, once you start adding notes into the chord, like 2s and 4s and 6s or whatever, then the choices expand because you're dealing with more notes. You can pick and choose notes. You can leave notes out. That is valuable too, but then it's just the same process, right? And you can do the whole thing over again with the ring finger, starting on the ring finger, starting on the pinky, right? So I'll just do that. If I'm starting on my ring finger, I'll try that. On the next string, I've got 5 right here. That's the one I was playing before. I could do this. Not really feasible. But you know what else I can play now? I can play 3. It's right there. 1 is also the open string. But I've got 3. That's nice. I'll start with 1 and 3. Earlier I was starting with 1 and 5. But now I have the opportunity, purely because of the note I'm choosing to start on, I can play 1, 3. All right, so what other notes? D string. I've got a 1 right here. 1, 3, 1. A, C sharp, A. I've got a flat 7. Super easy to play. That's a really common shape. Flat 7. I've got 5 right here. I've got a lot of options actually right here. 1, 3, 5. It's like a left shape chord. 1 bass. Flat 7. By the way, this shape is literally this. We've already talked about this shape in the building chord series. Also this. Or sorry, play the right chord. A major, 1, 3, 5, flat 7. 1, 3, 5, flat 7. 1, 3, 5, flat 7. They're all literally the same chord, just looks different because of the tuning of the guitar. How about I choose the flat 7 right here? Kind of cool. I know the E is there, the 5, but I'll choose this one for now. G string, what do I have available? I've got a root right there. I've got a third right there. Not really possible because of my fingering, but I could do that if I change my fingering. I'll play the 1 right here. I've also got a flat 7 on the open G string. Be back there. I'll play the 1. If I wanted to play the 2, I could do that. That's 1, 2. This is 1, 3, flat 7, 2. The same chord as this. Like the common dominant with a 2, aka 9 chord. This is the E string version of that. And I just discovered it by just knowing the notes available. I'll play the 1 right here. 1, 3, flat 7, 1. B string. So if this is 1, I see 3 right here. I could just bar and get I've got 2 3s. This chord sounds a little, it's interesting, but it's a little, there's a lot of doubling going on. I've got 2 roots, 2 thirds. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. I also don't have a 5 either. So how can we get a 5 in here? If that's 1, 5 is right there. So could I play, I need to find a way to play this 5 right there. But all my fingers are kind of, you know, all the strings are being played by all the fingers. So I can't really grab this E right there. So maybe I can flip-flop some things. Instead of playing the flat 7 here, I'll play the 5th here. Maybe I can find flat 7 somewhere else. So I can easily do this. Flat 7's on the open G string, but that's not always going to work with every chord. So what else can I do? This is 1, 5, flat 7 is up top. That's really the only flat 7. I got one right there. Can't really hit that one. So you see, again, there's only so many choices that we have in this position. So what I would really do is this. Remember the choice I had before? 1, 3, flat 7, 1. I don't have a 5. So you know what I'm going to do? I have 2 1s in this chord. 1, 1. I'm going to get rid of the low root and move my fingers so I can play this 5. So I know the root is still here, but now I'm playing 3, flat 7, 1, 5. That's the full chord, but a 3 bass version, an inversion of the chord. A7, 3, flat 7, 1, 5. Now that's the full thing. This is also the same as this. This is a 3 bass chord. 3, 5, 1. Instead of that, 3, flat 7, 1, putting the 5 on top. This is the same thing. Right? This is a slightly larger shape if you wanted to call it that. If I barred, I would get a 6 right here. Kind of cool. Right? You see the process? It's just knowing the notes available, knowing where those notes are, and going through the process of finding it. You get different shapes. And once you find a shape that you like, you memorize it, and you move on. Yeah, that's really good stuff. I mean, what we're doing in the building chord series, we're just taking it very slow, working through all the small chord shapes first. So yeah, that's his third question. Let's get on to his 4th question and see what he's got. Let me click some buttons here real fast. Cool. Okay. The next question he has is, what super useful things in music can one memorize in an afternoon? A friend told me once how super impressed he was with some guy's ability to recognize key signatures on the spot. So you can see something and say, oh, that's the key of this, bam, bam, bam. And he said, I told him, dude, you can totally learn that stuff in an afternoon if you just put your phone away, sit down with a pencil and a notebook, and you drill in that knowledge. Very true. He said he learned all triad spellings in an afternoon, and they're super useful when he needs to spell out any chord or interval. So like the triad spelling, meaning the 1, 3, 5 of every letter. So C, E, G, D, F, A, E, G, B. I'll talk about that in a second. Let's see. Yeah, that kind of stuff is really valuable, especially when you're trying to figure out like chord extensions. What's the 2 of C? It's always D. The 3 of E is always some sort of G, that sort of thing. So he's saying, like, what other useful things can you basically just memorize quickly? And once they're committed to memory, it's actually very beneficial. Honestly, what he just said is one of the best things you can memorize, and that's the 1, 3, 5 of every letter. And you can even take it further. You can say the 1, 3, 5 of the 1, 3, 5, 7 of every letter as well. So what he just said is, I'll just describe. So there are 7 letters in music, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? The 1, 3, 5 of each of those letters is just very simply, if A is 1, what is its 3 and 5? A, B, C is 3, D, E is 5. I don't care about sharps or flats. I just want the pure letters. Why is that important? Because every single type of A chord triad with 1, 3, 5 is going to be some sort of A, C, and E. It will never be A, B, and E, because that's not 1, 3, 5 of A. That's 1, 2, 5 of A. So just brute force memorizing that collection of letters that will always yield some sort of 1, 3, 5. If I run through them, C, or I'll start on A. A, C, E is A's 1, 3, 5 of some sort. B, B, D, F. C, C, E, G. D, D, F, A. E, E, G, B. F, F, A, C. G, G, B, D, and then we're back to A. I learned that would be very valuable in college, and I memorized it while I drove to school. I had like a 30-minute drive. I would just literally cycle through them in my mind. CEG, DFA, GBD, FAC, ACE, BDF. And you just run through that purely by memory, just muscle memory. Your mouth just makes the letters that go together just by pure muscle memory. Very valuable because every single D chord, for example, if you're talking about a D triad, meaning 1, 3, 5, is going to be some sort of D, F, and A. D major is D, F sharp, and A. D minor is D, F natural, and A. Even though that sharp is there, it's still some sort of D, F, and A. D diminished is D, F natural, A flat. Still D, F, A, just with some accidental flats and whatnot. That's important. 7s are always going to be the same thing too, because what is a 7? It's 1, 3, 5, and then 7. So C, every type of C chord that's built on some sort of 1, 3, 5, 7 will always be some sort of C, E, G, B. Always. So you memorize that. D, F, A, C, that's for D. E, G, B, D, that's for E. So on and so forth. So for example, C major 7 is C, E, G, B. If I play those at the same time, C, E, G, B. C major 7. Right? Maybe not that, but this. All those other chords, C major 7. C dominant 7 is the same thing, but with a flat 7. So what is that? C, E, G, B flat. B is still there. It's still a 7, but it's now flat. How about C minor 7? It's still C, E, G, B, except C, E flat, flat 3, G and B flat, flat 7. How about, I don't know, C dominant sharp 5? Still going to be C, E, G, B, right? Except it's now going to have what? C, E, G sharp, B flat. Still the same thing. Although I would probably think about that chord as, I don't know. I'd probably maybe look at that as A flat, not G sharp. But that's getting into the weeds. Still, that's something to memorize. So that's something you can do with no guitar, by the way. No guitar. You could just memorize them brute force. Another thing that I would do is take that to the next step. And I used to do this like on bike rides when I was younger, is I would air guitar figures. So I would say, what are the notes inside D major chord? I know it's DFA, some sort of DFA, because I've memorized the triads. But I would air guitar a D arpeggio. No guitar, I would just visualize. And I would visualize this literal thing right here. I always use center shape for whatever reason. And I can tell, oh, that's not DFA, that's D F sharp A. Oh, so if I want to figure out the notes of D major, that's D, F sharp A. I can see it, I can feel it on the fretboard. This note, bum, if I play the D, bum, bum, that, it's not F natural, it's F sharp. I can feel it, see it on the fretboard. So air guitaring and visualizing the fretboard while you're trying to figure these things out is really great. You don't need a guitar to do it. You can do it while you're driving in your car as long as you're paying attention to the road. You could do it while you're doing other things, sitting there, you're at the gas station or something like that. You're at the doctor's office. You could sit there and just say like, okay, what are the notes in an E chord? So E on the 7th fret of the A string, E. So E, oh, this will be G sharp, not G natural, because I can see G natural will be here, G sharp. I'm thinking center shape, bum, bum, bum. Okay, cool. I'm also singing the notes, also. Something to do. Anything that you can do with no guitar is something you want to experiment with, because you can actually get a lot of work done without feeling like you're practicing. And it's a lot of this is just like brute force memorization. So yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else that you can do. Now that stuff you can't necessarily get down in an afternoon, which was his original question. But the memorizing the 1-3-5s, that's something you can definitely do. That you don't need a guitar to do that. I'm trying to think of other things. Obviously, like chord progressions. You know what I mean? Like, you know, major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished. Like, what's a 1 chord? If I'm in the key of C, what's the 5 chord? You can say, well, I know 5 is G because I know it's C, D, E, F, G, and 5 chords are major, so G major. All right, in the key of C, what's the 3 chord? I can visualize a C right here. Bum, 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 C, D, E, and 3 chords are minor, so it's E minor. How about if I want to figure out what's the major 3 chord in the key of C? My spicy dominant, this sound. Right? You can say, oh, what would that be? Well, the 3 chord is E, but now I'm playing E7. Oh, so that means E7 is that major 3 sound, which will go to the 6th chord. What's the 6th chord? It's minor. What's the 6 in C? So if I visualize C on the fretboard, if that's my 1, I always know 6 is right here. 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, or 1, 6, 1, 6. That note is A minor. So the 6th chord will be A minor. So the progression I'm hearing in my mind, that major 3 chord is E7, moving to A minor. A lot of that stuff you can do just by visualizing the fretboard. So you just kind of have to figure out like what you want to work on and how you can develop little mini practice things to accomplish that stuff. You don't have to spend an hour on it. You can just spend like a couple minutes on it. You know, just doing it over and over again is the best way to get that stuff for sure. Nice. I like that question from Corin. And then he has one more question I'll answer. He said, what gauge of strings do I use? And do I change my strings often? He says he likes the extra punchy zinginess in my sound. But he was wondering if that comes from what, like fresh strings, the guitar, or tone, like axe effects, all that stuff. I think this guitar, I think is pretty zingy. It's pretty bright. Definitely. I also have, you know, a decent amount of like brightness, poppiness on my axe effects tone. So it could be new strings always sound like that. I kind of go back and forth. I like the sound of new strings. I kind of like the sound of old strings too. So I'm not a big like change my strings every 2 weeks kind of person. Usually I'm going like a month or more, 2 months, 3 months, because I actually like the tone variety. Because, you know, new strings sound very poppy, very bright, but old strings have like a deadness that sounds really cool as well. Obviously, if I'm going for like a really crunchy, like metal sound, old strings are not really great for that, but I don't know, I like the variation, so I'll usually change them not super often. And he asked me the gauge. Usually I use 10s, but starting this week I'm now using 11s. So we'll see how that goes. They sound a little darker. I'll have to do it. I haven't played through the axe effects yet. That's the best way to really hear the tone difference. But I'm sure you guys will hear that. You'll hear the difference as I start making videos with 10s and new frets and all that fun stuff. So yeah, that's his question. Cool. I'm going to hang out for a little longer. You guys let me know if you have anything else you have questions about while I noodle around. I really need to probably practice. I've kind of been doing that throughout the video, just getting comfortable with little figures. But what I would probably do, if you're curious, my picking is where I feel it lacking. So I've done this before, but I'd turn on a metronome and do this. This is like 108. I'll go to 100. And I would do stuff like play simple figures, double, quadruple the notes, honing in on the right hand. I'd also go to 16 note triplets, so 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 like that. If I make a mistake like I just did, I accidentally played the open G string, I will figure out why I did that, and maybe that's like a movement that feels weird or something. So I kind of honed in this. Yeah, I can already feel it, so. try like, I don't know, like, yeah, that's kind of cool. So like, hard to play. So I'm now just like moving through little chord shapes, which is very difficult because I'm playing 2 notes per string. I'd probably slow it down. I can already feel this being really difficult for me. Yeah. Trying to play progressions or something. I figured that's difficult. So that's just moving straight down like this. 4 strings. So that's what I would definitely practice right there. I'll often also look away from what I'm playing, because that allows me to focus on just the feel of my hand and see like where my mistakes are. Also get the different tensions of the string for this, so like play super high as well, because the tension of the string is really different. Mess around. I'm still doing this pretty slow at 100. Maybe I'll try 16 note triplets. So still a little too fast. So what I would do instead of jumping to 16 note triplets, I would bump the metronome up and keep doing 16th notes. So this is 120. So very simple figures. I'm not really worrying too much about what I'm doing here. Unless I'm trying to practice like a specific sound, like trying to practice something like that, I'll do that. But I'm really honing in on the right hand with these particular shapes. I'll just do simple chords or something like that. Try to think about what is the problem when I'm doing this. So I'm going to. That's really difficult. So. Yeah, that's pushing it. So that's 16 note triplets. I might just touch on it here and there, but again, bump up tempo. This is 150. I'll do that. Same thing, just doubling. So. So that exercise is really good just for, like, if my hand feels a little raw or like loose or not honed in or too loose or something, that is the exercise I will absolutely do. I can already feel it getting better because I'm coming off of like multiple days of not touching a guitar. So Simone, why don't I do the picking exercise in three picking each? Oh, okay, so what he's saying is, why don't I pick each note 3 times? Because then I will force myself to do something like this. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But if I did like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, what happens there is as I'm switching strings, I will be using a different pick stroke. So if I only do 2 picks per note or 4 picks per note, every time I start the new note, it will always be a downstroke. So I'm always going down, up, down, starting next. Regardless of if I do 16th notes or 16th note triplets, if I'm grouping them in 2 like that, every time it'll be a downstroke. So, for example, down, 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 down. Or if I do 16-note triplets, which would be, I'm still grouping in 2, down, 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 like that. What he's saying is do groups of 3, so, but not, if I do 2 notes per string, that's still downstroke every time. So that would be more like maybe 3. Really difficult, but really cool. I definitely practice that, but if I'm just trying to warm up my hand, I want to do something that isn't necessarily force me to do something that is overly difficult. I'm just trying to do something that wakes my hand up, and just doubling everything like that is sufficient. If I want to practice that specific movement, I'll definitely do that. That's the groups of 3. I actually have a power-up that I have a while ago that does that. I don't remember what it was like. Something like that. I don't remember what it is. I actually kind of liked it. I haven't recorded. I just need to do it. But that's a really great exercise. Groups of 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Because especially if you do straight improvising, because sometimes you'll start the next string with an upstroke versus a downstroke. Yeah. So if I do like 3 notes, yeah. Sorry. So when I do that, I actually still feel the downstroke. I'm still feeling up, da, 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 down, 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 like that. It's tough, definitely. Yeah, not the easiest thing to do in the world. That's something I'll probably need to practice more of. So, yeah, it's a great idea. That type of thing for sure. All right, well, let me know if you guys have any other questions. If you don't, I will call it. Today was a more relaxed stream, talking about a bunch of stuff, a bunch of fun stuff. What am I trying to play? That's what I'll do. Oh, that's what I'm playing. So. That's all good. I was doing from a recent YouTube video where I was taking like guitar exercises and turning them into chord things. And just for a legit exercise, I was practicing jumping from this chord to that one as like a finger exercise. Oh, I can already feel it. That's, yeah. And so so I came up with this like little movement, which is pretty cool sounding, using kind of these moves. Nice. Let me know if you guys have any other questions. If not, I will wrap it up. Let's see what we got. Nice. See how many people are in here. 11 people. 13 people. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Oops. Also have relatively new nails. If you guys want to check them out. They're pretty cool. New nails. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at this pinky nail. Pinky nail I keep a little longer, by the way, just to grab the strings. I need a little bit more length, but pointer finger not super long, middle finger not super long, ring finger not super long. Pinky's longer. Yep. Yeah, I'll usually do like alternate ring and middle. Often, depending on what I'm doing. A little bit. Okay. I noticed a buzz. That was just my poor playing and not the frets. I was like, oh no, is that a dead fret? Nope, just me. By the way, if you don't know, always shoot for right up against the fret whenever you play. So if I were to play the note right here, I would consider that not optimal. You want to play right here. Not here, because if you play back here, it's going to buzz pretty much all the time. You play right up against the fret, gives you a cleaner note. Right. So if you're going for like especially hammer-ons and pull-offs, makes it a little bit easier. Let's get this idea. Nope. Right. Yeah. Simone, earlier, talking about using these modified chord shapes. That was me doing it right there. Right, I noticed I'm going to B minor. I'm basically playing like F sharp 7. And I went, ba-dum, knowing that that's 2 of B minor, pop down to the modified chord shape. 3 bass, 3, flat 3, 5, 1, little 2 on top. So that's me memorizing, ba-dum. I see that note, and I literally see the rest of the chord at that moment, right? Very valuable. Not the key that I started in, but the key I'm ending in. All right. Hypothermic, you have a question. When voice leading, do I usually pick a note to lead with, i.e. start with the third? That's a good idea, actually, because that just trains you to look for a specific note or hear a specific note. Usually, I don't know, I kind of just do whatever note I hear and pop down the chord that makes sense. So if I don't know, let's do like D major, and I'll do 3, 6, 2, 5, 1. That's like a classic move. And this is like, you know, I'm playing in what some people would say a jazzy way. I don't consider this a jazz thing. I mean, there's a million genres that do these moves, so it's not really appropriate to say it's a jazz thing. But if you want to look at it like that, you can. So what I would do is just look for the notes available. So if I'm playing D major, so I'm going to start with the 5 of 6. So my 6th chord's B minor. I'm going to start with F sharp dominant. Same chord as the Thrill Is Gone tune we talked about earlier in the stream. So if I'm starting here, maybe I'll start on 1 and then go there. So I'm actually looking at the fretboard and seeing my options. So if I'm playing D major 7, I can already see ba-dum-bum. I know that's going to work because I can literally see the note in the chord. So I'll just choose that. So, and then from here, I know the notes I have available. I hear that little walk down, which I know I can play. There's other things I can do, but my ear is naturally telling me to do this. And I'll end there. My ear is telling me that, you know, note will sound good. And I know what that is. That's 2 of B minor. So my ear is just telling me to move to those notes, and I'll play those notes on top of the chord. A lot of these notes are notes I already am familiar with that chord sound, but at one point they weren't notes I was familiar with, and I slowly, you know, heard them and then figured out what they were, figured out how to put them into my playing. So D major again. That was another way to navigate to 2 of B minor. That's B minor, it's 2. Earlier I did this, but just now I did. Ending on the same note, adapting with a different chord shape, right? To have that note. This is a 1 bass chord, 2 on top. This right here was 2 on the top of the chord, not just playing 1 and 5 of B. Kind of a cool sound. Again. All B minor, just little moves that I'm playing that navigate through the sound. What's the next chord? E minor, so I'll just travel straight up to E minor. Why would I play that note? Because I could see it in the chord. Happens to be the 3rd of the chord. I could have done... That's the 2 of the chord. Could have done... It's the natural 6 of the chord. There's a 2 chord, so I can do that. I could have done... 5 of the chord. It's kind of an awkward fingering to get there, but I'm just seeing the notes that are available and letting my ear take me to those notes. How about I do flat 7? I'm still on B minor. And then playing an E minor chord that has that note on top. I could also do this. A little bit easier. So that whole melody, if I just mess around. D. 5 of B minor. B minor. E minor, just traveled up to this note. Still E minor. A. I saw the 3rd of A right here and I was nearby. I walked up to it. A7. Those are all A7s. Root bass, 7 bass, 5 bass. Now I'm traveling back to 1. I heard that melody. I can tell this is the 3rd of D. So honestly, sometimes it's really good to just do melody and bass note and know other chord shapes, just so you can really isolate the melody. So I'll do that with D. Same progression, actually. E minor. It's all 3rds. That's the 7. Maybe doing some other little bass note stuff that might be kind of fun to do as well. D with 7 on top. And I moved up to this position, so I found a new root, D. This is my 2, so maybe I'll play a little B minor right here. Same chord shape I talked about earlier. E. Back to D. These are just triads, actually. Let's do it all with triads, actually. D major. F sharp major, that's the 5 of B. Little flat 7. B minor. All B minor triads. It's what I'm doing in the building chord series. Literally these chord shapes. E minor. All E minor. Little extra notes connecting melodies. A is next. Chromatic, flat 7, chromatic, down to 5. Still A major. D. Throw in a little 4 chord, why not? Minor 4 chord. So that's the same progression, but not as full, and it still sounds great. It's a simpler sound because you're just playing triads. But I really like that. So, I mean, voice leading, one of the best ways to just get comfortable, literally play the small chord shapes. Because voice leading will happen naturally when you only use small chord shapes. Whole progression, D major. F sharp major, moving to B minor. Did I say B major? Moving to B minor. It's all right. Let's do that one more time. From the beginning, D major. E minor. A major. D. I'm going to do that without talking, so... So I'm doing a couple little other things just because I feel like doing it, but all of that is triad based. Every single thing I played, all triad based, right? That's why it's so valuable being able to seamlessly connect, like A, just run them like this, because when you have them like that, so easy to make connections like this. So yeah, I mean, that to me is better than always like targeting the 3rd, targeting the 7th. That's good too. But just having these small chord shapes ready to go, so valuable. And then to thicken it up, you just add other notes. You know what I mean? Like instead of playing D like this, or like this, I'll play like this, right? Because I know this is D6, or 3, 6, 2, and 5 of D. And then when I'm going to F sharp dominant, instead of just playing straight up major, instead of going like, which sounds really great, moving to there, instead of doing that, I can go, this is F sharp dominant, same chord, just with other notes that play into the sound. 1, 3, flat 7, and then flat 3. This is like the Hendrix chord, just playing it right here. So, I just play D, F sharp, right? The 5 of B minor, to E minor, to A7, to D, right? Sounds pretty cool. I'm not thinking of anything else. I'm just looking for various ways to play these chords to take me through the sound. I'll try a different one. Right? A7. D major. D major. F sharp 7 coming up. Yeah. B minor. E minor. A. Little triad, why not? Or these are all A majors. A dominant, I should say. Just with inversions and stuff. How about I play A but not as normal dominant, not as like a normal 5 chord? How about I play it spicy? So what would that be? Dominant with flat 6, flat 2, or flat 3. And then I resolve to D, right? I'll do that whole sound. D major. B minor to E. A major, normal. Turning it into spicy. Back to D. Let's continue. D major. B minor. B7. Why did I do that? Why did I play B7? Because I knew I was moving to E minor next. So here's B minor. I'm moving here. What am I playing? The 5 of E minor. B spicy, as I call it. Dominant, flat 6, flat 2, flat 3. I'll do that. D major from the beginning. F sharp, dominant, 5 of B minor. B minor, I'll try to not sing. It's probably annoying. B7. Spicy, dominant. E minor. Watch this. E7, because I'm moving to A. 5 of A. Right? Kind of standard A dominant, A suspended. How about I turn it into, throw in like flat 2, A7 with flat 2, and 6. Perfect for diminished scale. How about this actually? One more time, D major. F sharp 7. That's a nice voicing. Oh, let me get that. Watch this. What did I just do right there? The walk up from the Chris Ingram tune that we did earlier. Why would I do that? Because I know I'm moving to E minor. It's the same thing that he was doing. So I remember that move. Pop it in. Even though some of those chords are not in the same key, I don't care. I'm moving here. So I'll do that. Little transition. D major. F sharp. B minor. Walk up. E minor. A. Back to D. F sharp. I haven't played a G chord. That's a 4 chord. Let me throw in a 4 chord. Why not? 1. 5 of 4. Dominant 7th 1 chord. Moving. Right? To the 4 chord. You all know I'm going to do now. A minor 4. To 1. How about E7 to A. A suspended. D. suspended. D dominant, moving to G. G minor. Really cool flavor. Back to D. That's what I think about. I let my ear kind of point me towards notes and like where those notes are going to be in the next chord. It's something that I do every day because it's fun. Sounds cool. I used to suck at it. Now I'm like decent at it. I can navigate the fretboard in a way that I think sounds cool. But I'm not necessarily always targeting certain notes, even though that's a great thing to start with, for sure. But at the end of the day, you just want to let your ear guide you and just try stuff. Like, for example, I mean, I'll try to land on notes that aren't chord tones. You know, one chord, right? F sharp dominant. I'll play this. I'll land on that as my voice, my melody note. That's not a normal note of F sharp dominant. What is that? Flat 6. But I know it's available, so I can toss it in. And that is naturally leading my ear to something else. The 2 of B minor, which will then lead me to something else. Maybe this. That's flat 7 of E minor, which will lead me to 3 of A. Right? 3 of D, you know, whatever. So your ear will naturally like point you towards certain notes. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. 4 hours, my God. Okay, this is longer than I thought. That's okay. Yeah, you guys let me know if you have any questions about this stuff. This stream will be uploaded to YouTube like normal. And you can re-watch any of the sections. I'll try to chapter it out soon. But yeah, thanks for showing up, everyone. Hopefully there's some cool stuff that you gathered from this. Hopefully I answered your questions properly. And I will see you guys next week with the next Patreon video where I'm going to talk heavily about small chord shapes and interchanging relative majors and minors in the key. Very nice tactic for songwriting and stuff like that. So I think I need to tune this guitar. So anyway, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I will see you all next time. Have a good one. How do I turn this off? Oh, there's the button. See you guys next time. It's what I heard a lot of in Nashville. Not really. I heard a lot of this. I heard this a ton. Stuff like that. Definitely this a ton. Hold on. I heard this like 1,000 times. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. That's enough of that. See you guys later.